chair over here.
You saved your chair.
Okay, welcome. Welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting, and today is September 28th, 2021. We are in our study session at the JTC South building. We have all of our board members present except for Mr. Young, who will not be joining us tonight. And first up on our agenda is a social emotional wellness update. Our district had a mental health crisis a couple of years ago with several suicides in our district. At that time, the board allocated extra resources to help combat the problem. And we were receiving as a board regular updates about it, and we haven't for a while due to our focus on the pandemic. So Mr. Robinson requested that we receive an update on all of the social emotional wellness efforts within our district. So we will turn the time over to Mr. Hamblin and Mr. Withers. Welcome.
Thank you. We're glad to be with you this evening. I appreciate this opportunity to present to you our efforts on social emotional learning. Social emotional learning, why do we do it? Why do we need to do social emotional learning? Well, it's to establish a relationship-driven, learning-focused, data-informed decision-making culture and climate. We know that social emotional learning alone by itself increases academic performance by up to 11%. We know that it doesn't value one culture or one perspective over another, and that it increases relationships and community building and connections to others.
So in order to frame social and emotional learning in the appropriate context, as was included in the introduction, what we're really talking about is prevention. And when we discuss prevention as a broad concept or the science of prevention, whether that's suicide prevention, bullying prevention, all of those things that we want for our children to prevent in their lives, we're really looking at this kind of a model. So we made this up to kind of depict what we mean when we refer to prevention efforts. So specifically, when you're talking suicide prevention, really there are more or less 5 components. So anytime we are increasing an individual's protective factors, so that could be something as simple as connections in the home and at school with adults, caring adults, that's a protective factor. Anytime, and then on the flip side, risk factors could be loneliness and isolation. So with that same kind of concept, you can have the less loneliness and isolation we have, and the more connection and inclusion we have for our students, we're increasing protective factors and decreasing risk factors. And there are many known protective factors and many known risk factors on all of those prevention fronts. And then there's also this component of trying to understand what we mean when we use the word prevention. We're really referring to 3 things. So there's prevention, which is what we are doing before there is even a problem, how we respond, so the response side of what do we do when a problem arises. So with suicide prevention efforts, which we will describe in detail, and also include those increasing our protective factors and decreasing risk factors. But when there is a student who is identified who may have risk, may be at risk for self-harm or suicide, then our response is also suicide prevention. Although it does require a different set of strategies to intervene and also prevent. And then there's also the awareness component. So our efforts to create awareness about the issue, to bring the community on board, and to bridge gaps of understanding with adults and caregivers so that the awareness part of prevention is also addressed. So I think that's an important framework for understanding the purpose of social and emotional learning and social and emotional efforts in the school setting. So when we think of prevention efforts in general, it takes a community, and as a school system, we are equipped to teach. We are not equipped to treat. And because of that, prevention efforts take on a little bit different form, where most of what you'll see where we talk through an update of what we're up to and what our efforts entail with not only suicide prevention, but bullying prevention and wellness in general. So because there is a community issue, and it's a known issue, there's no disputing the fact that suicide still remains to be the leading cause of death for youth ages 10 to 17 in Utah. So the greatest risk for any of our students is suicide and mental health issues. During the last few years, and actually steadily over the years, we've seen a mental health crisis services utilization. So that's the emergency room, that would be crisis calls. That has continued to increase. Part of that is actually a really good sign, where by promoting these resources, and that means people are reaching out for help more often, so that's a good thing. It also indicates that there are crises still that need intervening. So you have to interpret it from all angles when we look at this type of thing. The reality is all students will experience mental health challenges. Every person experiences some level of anxiety, different levels of emotional struggles that we all have to navigate. For that reason, the turf that we can own, the tools that we can provide really is teaching skills. And over a third of our students will experience severe mental health challenges. Over a third of our students have faced or will face adverse childhood experiences. That's referring to abuse, neglect, incarcerated parents. There's a long list of what that could be, but it is what it sounds like, an adverse childhood experience, which does have not only mental health and life consequences, but especially academic consequences. And that's the reason that it's important to address that in the school setting. And then anecdotally, just this school year, behavior and mental health needs are at the forefront, especially amidst the ongoing pandemic. We are, I think, it's safe to say, again, anecdotally, that people are reporting great concern for the needs of the students in the schools. So with that in mind, to answer the question of, what is SEL, or what is social and emotional learning, here's a couple of rhetorical questions just for you to consider as board members. So where did you learn your social, emotional, and learning skills? So how did you develop those? Who was important in your life that helped you develop that? Here's a more difficult question to answer. And again, this is rhetorical. When are students not learning and developing essential social, emotional, and learning skills? I have not been able to come up with an answer to this question and identify a time when students are not developing their emotional and social competencies in our schools. It is something that is always happening. And whether or not we are owning a little bit of that and intentionally building positive skills or not, that development is always occurring. So, and when you reflect on your own journey and your own continued development of social and emotional skills, there's not one person, there's not one point in time where you said, I've mastered it all. I now have all of the emotional competencies to navigate my life perfectly. And there is no one person that is the only person in your journey that gave that to you. You have a lifetime of teachers, coaches, clergymen. There are so many different people in our lives that help us build that social and emotional competence, and especially in our homes with our parents and with our families. So really just kind of reinforcing that concept, social and emotional learning happens in community. Social and emotional development is all of us working together to develop, practice, sometimes not get it right, and continue practicing as we grow on that journey. So now getting a little more specific to what is SEL, or social and emotional learning. This is learning and practicing the skills for resilience, learning, managing stress, problem solving, navigating relationships. This is each person, including us. This is our evolving knowledge of ourselves, our thoughts, our social health, our emotional health. And when we refer to social emotional learning in the school setting, there are several curricula, or there are several approaches that meet this definition, that offer social and emotional learning skills, but there is no one curricula that is social and emotional learning and all-encompassing. So it is us intentionally teaching those essential life and job skills. And SEL really is, it's best when it's a school-wide partnership with families and the students to develop, practice, have opportunities to grow in their social and emotional competency. So we can just go and pass one around. This is just so that you can see it a little clearer. We've taken the time through several committees to try and define what skills are we talking about when we refer to social and emotional learning. These are the skills that are reinforced and taught in a counseling office. These are the skills that are reinforced and taught in classrooms when people are teaching a social and emotional learning curriculum. These are the skills that each of you are practicing and probably demonstrated room for growth, probably on one of these areas today, just like me. You know, if I just point my finger on this, there's a really good one in the middle on the bottom under self-management. Practices, self-discipline, and motivation. Well, I'll confess that this morning I had an alarm set to exercise, and it snoozed at least 4 times, and I didn't do it. So, yeah, that's an area for growth. And if you look at these skills, none of us have mastered or will master all of these skills, but we owe the students in our schools the opportunity to practice and develop these essential life skills, and to do so intentionally in our everyday efforts, because really they're learning this whether or not we are teaching it intentionally or not. So,
Thank
moving
you.
on?
Yeah. So we'd like to go over a list of 35 things that we're doing district-wide in one aspect or another through student services to address social emotional learning in Jordan District. I'm not going to read all of them to you because I know what that entails, but I do want to highlight a few of them as we go through the slides. The first one I'd like to highlight is Panorama, which is a program that we've previously presented on here at the board. It is a data dashboard that works with Skyward to provide a visual representation of the progress of students. It's designed as an early warning system, and it has social emotional learning components built into it. Its intent, however, is to focus on how to intervene with students before issues become a problem, whether it's truancy, absences, or whether it's academics, whatever the case may be, but to identify those early on.
So on this, we're just going to highlight one component on here with the mental health screening nights. Over the last several years, we have allowed families to sign up with their child. Parents attend, and they complete a brief screening instrument to identify any potential areas for concern. They have a consultation, and then we align resources and support for any families or patrons that do attend our mental health screenings. And that has been an important effort for destigmatizing mental health services, where parents or families or neighbors they see the flyer, they think, oh, so it is okay to check in, just to see if things are going okay. And it is okay to get help if things aren't okay. Those are important messages that we can send to our community through events like that. Am I talking on this one? So another effort through a federal grant was the implementation of a specific social emotional learning program called Second Step. Now, again, just to frame it in the right context, what we're referring to with this, when we talk about social and emotional learning, again, that's big picture. A specific curriculum will never replace or do all social and emotional development. There's no student that goes through our schools that will say, everything I learned from my 6th grade year when they had Second Step, 20 minutes a week. But with that being said, this program was chosen because it met the federal requirements for evidence-based implementation, that it had a reputation nationally to meet the expectations of the grant that funded it, to be an effective tool for social and emotional development. Is this me too? Okay. So on this one, what we're going to highlight is just there have been several efforts to try and reach our educators as well. So through that same grant, we paid a small stipend to what we've called educator wellness reps, who were out at the schools, and it's a peer-led effort, so we just provide them with a connection point and some resources. And then, as you know, because as the board, you see the creative and amazing things that people come up with to support their schools, their students, and in this case, their colleagues. So they use their stipend and the resources that are provided to enhance the wellness of their peers and their colleagues in their school.
Connected with that also are multiple trainings for our ESP staff with what is called QPR, which is question, persuade, and refer, and wellness. So we've shifted the focus not only for our licensed staff, but also we've had trainings with our bus drivers, with our
Lunch
staff, managers, and office staff as well. One of the things that we'd like to highlight on here that's a benefit for everyone in our community is the Jordan Family Education Center, staffed by our psychologists, by our counselors, and by our social workers, available to all who are a patron of the district, where they can come in and get intakes, or they can go to classes or receive counseling free of charge. I bring this up because, one, it's an amazing resource that we have as a district, but also it's an extremely unique model and service that we provide in the country, where we have such a devoted amount of resources to assist our patrons in an accessible and free way. It is extremely unique in the country, and we're extremely glad that we're able to support that. The other thing that we'd like to highlight is number 35, which is our what is called the BRISC. It's the Brief Intervention for School Clinicians training that all of our school mental health teams received, that allows them to intentionally look at, in very low-key ways of identifying areas of needed assistance or areas of of concern that they can help with. And all of them have received that training. As we look forward to what we'd like to continue and what we're working towards continuing, there's a bunch of them here, and I'll just highlight a few of them off of here. Of course, some of those include policy updates, but working towards increasing our mental health access.
Before you go through that, do you mind if I interrupt you?
Yeah.
Do you mind if he actually reads the list for those listening at home? I think it might be worthwhile for everyone to just hear the things that...
All 35?
Yes, in your best announcer voice, quickly going through that.
I will
Like
do
the
it.
terms of the agreement at the end of a radio ad, perhaps.
Oh, wow, okay. I didn't practice the speed reading, but we'll do it. All right, so we'll go through them one by one. So number one, positive behavior intervention and supports, boot camp for administrators. Comprehensive school threat assessment guidelines, or CSTAG, level 1 trainings for administrators. Panorama, as we mentioned. Title IX informal resolutions and restorative conferencing. Policy changes to support SEL, such as AS90, changes that were recently done. A Google Workspace content monitoring, or BARC. Restorative basic training for secondary principals. School mental health teams and trainings. Ongoing training with administrators regarding social emotional learning, PBI, positive behavior intervention supports, and multi-tiered systems of support. Crisis response to support students and adults. Return to Learns, where we connect with outside mental health providers. Social emotional learning accelerators that are done twice annually with our schools. We have restorative conferencing in PLCs, mental health screening evenings, as was mentioned, parent development seminars or evening programs. We have wellness rooms for both students and staff. We have SEL curriculum, and we currently use Second Step in 41 of our schools. That's not all schools use that. There are others that are being used as well. Ongoing bullying and suicide prevention efforts, mental health access plan, or we call it our MAP program, which is, we probably should have highlighted that. That is an amazing program. We were able to help over 800 families last year alone, connecting them with outside mental health providers, and a grant allows us to pay for the first $800 of that treatment that they get, and the contract is they have to see them within 10 business days. It's amazing. No, the waiting period is almost nothing on getting help for our students and patrons. We use Safe UT. We have increasing mental health access through decreasing counseling ratios, school psychologists in every school, social workers in all of our secondary schools. We have elementary school counselors and social workers in 4 of our elementaries, and we're hoping to grow that, ever looking for that. We have an Odyssey House partnership that allows a social worker to be in 2 of our buildings.
At no cost to us.
At no cost to us, yes, absolutely, that's important as well. We have a summer resilience program with a partnership with Pivot Adventure. We have community outreach and support through various activities. We have ongoing staff and adult professional development related to mental health and social and emotional learning. Educator wellness reps, as was stated, trainings with QPR and wellness, as was stated. Safe Schools hearings have been adapted and changed using this methodology. County and State Department of Health and Human Services partnerships. Substance abuse and family education are the SAFE curriculum that we use over at Jordan Family Ed. Truancy training and programs, campus monitors and SRO trainings. Crucial concerns with human trafficking and child sex abuse, focusing on SEL restorative practices. The Jordan Family Ed, as was stated, and BRISC, as was stated. I probably was a little bit long on that, sorry.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Yeah, you
That's
bet.
great.
You're welcome. And looking forward, a couple of things, and I'll go through this list as well, is that these are current efforts, but also ongoing efforts that we want to deepen and increase our effectiveness and offerings with, which is PBIS, which is Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports, and MTSS, which is Multi-Tiered Systems of Support, BEST training. So BEST is Behavior Emotional Support Team, in each school. We want to continue our CSTAG training for teachers and staff. We'd like to expand Panorama. We'd like to continue our work in making sure that policies are being updated and looked at. We would like to look at an alternative intervention program, and the best way to introduce that or to describe that is those of you that may be aware of the JAMS program that we used to operate in the district, but expanding how that offer is given to more feeder system supports for students. And that's about as that Reader's Digest as I can make that. If I go on, it'll just be forever. So we'll stop there. We'd really like to continue our work towards a full-time elementary school counselor or social worker in every one of our elementary schools. We'd like to just continually work to increase access to care. And then continue and do responsive employee assistance program for all employees that are in our district. And trainings, there's a lot of them that we would love to do and to continue our work on. And I've mentioned a lot of them, but it has to do with restorative, trauma focus, positive behavior, prevention and response, inclusivity, equity, and cultural competence, and social emotional learning.
What questions do you have?
I have one big one. How do you keep track of all those acronyms?
That's a great question.
Amazing people that are in student services.
Oh my God.
Amazing people.
Can you post this PowerPoint to Board Docs?
Yes.
Or send it to
It's
us?
there.
Okay. Refresh.
Oh, it wasn't there before.
I just want to say thank you. I'm going to try not to get emotional. I just think about where we were just a few years ago, and this is huge. Thank you, McKinley. And thank you, Travis. And thank you, Superintendent, for allowing this to happen. It always feels like a never-ending battle, but we've got a great roadway to take, so thank you.
And honestly, I could mirror that with, I mean, really, it does take every person in a community. There is no one person that leads the way when it comes to suicide prevention. It is everybody in a community looking out for the people that surround them every single day. So I think as, you know, board members, you have a place and a voice in your community that you use for good, and that is suicide prevention. So thank you.
I just want to thank you also. Recently, the Harriman, Riverton, and Bluffdale communities did some things on suicide prevention. One of the discussions I was having with the organizers is there's not real good indicators that we're successful. The benchmark is the lives we lose. It's so hard to tell whether or not we're, you know, making headway or not. But I did come across an article by the Utah Department of Health that seems to indicate that during the pandemic, our suicide rates and overdose rates have at least flatlined, if not declined, where the rest of the nation has increased. And they cited some of the programs we're doing, not only just in our community, but we kind of started the ball rolling throughout the rest of the state. So, is there a way to tell that we're doing good? Maybe I'm missing something.
Well, I think
Or there's a lot of effort, you know, so how do we know?
Well, I think we always have to be mindful that no matter how good things get, it's when we're complacent that, and we think, oh, well, these issues have gone away. There will always be individuals experiencing suicide risk. And as long as we continue to prioritize that and intervene the best that we can, I think that is the hard thing about prevention is you're right. You only know when it didn't work often. However, we have had 2 full school years of 0 suicides in Jordan. But again, that cannot be celebrated as any one person's efforts. It really is the community continuing to look out for and make the everyday effort. I mean, it's the teachers, it's the front office staff, it's the custodians. I mean, it is literally everyone looking out for each other. So as long as we're still doing that, we're in good hands.
Which is interesting because that list misses a lot of things that we're doing in the individual schools, like the Golden Gate Clubs, the Be Kind Clubs, some of the other initiatives that they're doing on their own, and is not counting what the community's doing, which they're doing some amazing things too. So it does take a village. So we asked the question when we first formed this department, and we said, will you come to us if there's any resources you need from the board? So how can we better support as a board this effort?
Well, I guess I would respond that in, I feel amazing support in the things that we've been working on so far. And we just make sure that we're communicating frequently with Mr. Henderson, with Superintendent, about those needs. And they've been extremely supportive and responsive to those. And so I would say for us, we'll continue to communicate openly with them and keep those channels open on what they've been doing. And I will also add that Mr. Larson has been pivotal in that process as well. They've just been super supportive. And so we will continue to make our needs known, absolutely. And we feel very supported by what has been provided and the direction where we're going. As you can see, we've got a big list, but we've got more to do too. And it's not about being complacent, it's just staying on the path. And I would simply say, stay tuned, more to come.
It's amazing where we've come in the last 2 or 3 years. I can imagine where we'd be in the next 2 or 3, so thank you.
I have 2 questions, actually 3. The second's a 2-parter. McKinley, in your opinion, why the firestorm over step 2? Second question, how would you counsel this board to respond to that firestorm, and why?
Okay. The first question is very difficult to answer, the explaining why. I think as with any time an individual has concerns, and this is the same, I mean, I'm thinking of this as, when you're doing a suicide risk intervention training, we're sending the message that if it matters to someone, then it matters. So let it matter so that you can empathize and just connect on that. So from my perspective, social and emotional learning and these skills that we offer specifically through Second Step is fundamental in prevention. It is not fundamental that Second Step is the source for those skills. It was a great choice given the context. There are a few, I think, there are a few elements of misunderstanding about what the curriculum is about or what it entails. The reason it was chosen actually is to, well, the most effective social and emotional learning is when it's school-wide. So the amount of time it would take to come up with grade level appropriate content, include morning announcements, and with every lesson a home link so that parents get a handout with every single lesson that includes this is what's discussed. That's what we saw in choosing that program, and it had a national reputation, evidence that it is effective in developing and improving academic outcomes, and it met the components of the grant. It's fully grant funded, so there were no district dollars spent on that. But trying to get more intentional quality content into the hands of teachers that interact with these students every single day, I think that was the intent. So for me to understand that it could be perceived as anti-family or anything like that, I don't quite understand that just because of the home links component and that the intent of any social emotional learning is understanding the scope of what you're doing. I mean, you're not going to do all social emotional development in a 20-minute lesson once a week for most of, or 3/4 of the school year. We rely on the parents, the families, and that intentional effort is one piece of the puzzle. So that understanding why, and then if there are concerns with specific lessons, which we have been transparent with every parent that has come to us, giving them access to see what the content is. And if there is a concern about a specific lesson or anything within that, it's not an all or nothing curriculum. And we can talk through that, kind of decide what to do with any particular lesson that could be controversial. If you really look at the scope and sequence, most individuals would believe these are essential life skills that really would benefit students. So what was the second part?
What's your counsel on how this board should respond to the firestorm?
And
why is that your counsel?
Okay, well, I think as with at the beginning of this discussion, just looking at social emotional learning for what it truly is, which is students are developing social and emotional skills in our schools, regardless of whether or not we are intentionally teaching skills. And any chance that we can get to, in an effective way, to enhance that skill set for our students will benefit them. And to separate social and emotional learning from any one particular curriculum, because it's much bigger than that. It is not, like I said, I think Second Step is a very effective tool for building social and emotional skills, but it is not meant to define all social and emotional learning and development. And with that, I think the way to approach community members who might be concerned is to listen, investigate, be transparent, and if there really is an issue with any specific lesson or content, again, social emotional learning is so much bigger and more important to us as we own the turf of we are here to teach and develop skills in students that prevent life problems. That is such an important mission, and I wouldn't think it would be worth but this one lesson or this one website link or this one thing in one part of a curriculum is worth sacrificing all of it. So we can investigate if there is concerns with a specific lesson or something, we can pull that, and if we need to explore other options for social emotional learning, it would jeopardize the grant that we're using to fund it, just because that can be worked through. So I would say just separating it is probably the most important thing, because we really need to address social and emotional development in our schools. It's fundamental to every child's success, and it doesn't mean we're replacing parents. We are partnering with them in developing these skills that will help them be better children too at home. So
the added benefit to that I might add on, if I might, is that when adults teach SEL, they themselves benefit from those lessons and enhance their skills in those things as well. And so it becomes a tool that we're using it as a way to help students learn and teach, but the teachers always learn more than those that they're teaching in general. So it assists our adults as well.
And maybe I'm unique in this, but I think I'm about at the first grade level in terms of competence in social emotional learning. So going through the first grade curriculum, I'm like, whoa, I'm learning so much about how I could be better. So
Thank you. Let me do a follow-up. I assume parents have contacted you with a specific concern. how do most of those conversations end?
I haven't been hearing back from many of them because honestly, the reality is it's actually really exciting that parents want to know more about social and emotional learning because, again, they are fundamental to its success. So if it takes a firestorm to get people to care about it in the right way, then I think it's worth it. And anytime someone's reached out, we say, we're so grateful and excited that you are interested in learning more about the program. Here's how to learn more. Let us know if you have further questions. We've met with them, and I would say I am yet to have someone still angry or upset after that. So
That's what I needed to know.
And just to piggyback on that, if parents do want access to the curriculum beyond what's being sent home already, do we have them contact their school or contact you?
I think at this point it's probably easier just to go through us. Now, we have to keep in mind this is copyrighted content, so we are kind of going out on a limb by sharing access. So we'll tell parents, this is copyrighted content, you're reviewing it for your own learning and exploration, but we can't really allow people to just post it or to go in with the intent of reselling it, which I know that's probably not going to happen in this case, but I think if they just email, we have a generic email, and it's easiest to give people access or respond to them when we have the correct email for them. So they can just email wellness@jordandistrict.org, and we'll get back to them like the same day, unless it's a Saturday or Sunday.
And is there an opt-out if parents want to opt their kids out of it?
Typically, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
And that's really
You
at the school level.
you can't opt out of social and emotional learning, but you can opt out of step 2.
Yes,
Yes,
second
thank
step,
you
yeah.
for that clarification.
Yes,
Second-
yeah.
second
There really is no, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Every interaction, every hallway, and every classroom is social and emotional learning. But yes, someone could opt out of the second step, for sure.
Can I just add, last night I found myself having an interesting conversation with my own daughter. And she was trying to express some big feelings that go along with starting middle school. And she said to me, "Mom, when X, Y, or Z happens, it drains my social battery." And I was like, whoa. This child has been given tools to express feelings and ideas. And so it started this conversation that we were then able to really jump in and have that I don't think we would have had if she hadn't had a way to label. So I just want to say thank you. Because from my perspective in my own home as a mother, I think it has given me a tool that has helped me to understand the heart of my own child.
Thank you. And that is the intent. Yeah, thank you so much. That's the intent. I mean, students need practice with these skills. There's no way someone is just born with that skill set. And that is the best way to prevention is by equipping them with the tools to navigate the difficulties of life. That's what they need.
Any other questions? Thank you. We very much appreciate you coming and presenting to us, and we appreciate all that you do for the students in our district. Please pass that along to your team also, how appreciative we are of them.
Well, thank you.
Our next agenda item is a review of building capacities and permit priorities. This is something we do once a year. We review our permit priorities in advance of having that permit window open once again in December. So we will turn the time to Mr. Olson and Mr. Feston.
Thank you. Getting a button pushed for us. All right. This information should be available to you in board docs. We'll just go through it quickly. When Jordan District switched to doing permits electronically through PowerSchool, There was also at that time a request from the board that the board receive regular information on how that's going. So here's your information on how that's going. This information is accurate as of Friday and is the permits that were submitted and approved. It should be there.
It's there, but it's not coming up.
It took mine a minute, but
It doesn't even show the icon, and I just want to have the font back in.
Well,
Okay.
luckily for you, I'm here to explain it to you.
It came up, so it just takes a while.
yeah, mine's up.
We'll start off with the elementary school. At the elementary school level, we were able to approve approximately half of the applications that were received. The chart there on the right shows the different priorities approved by the board and the number of accepted permits that were in each of those priority groups. Because it's a little difficult to see on the screen, I'll just read through those quickly so you are aware. They are in descending order by priority. So where it says number 1, children of priorities, that's the first priority approved by the board. 47 in that category, 7 as 5th graders remaining as 6th graders, 26 that are siblings of program permit students. That permit priority was added last year at the request of President Miller. So that is how many students benefited from that priority. 62 students who lived within 1.5 miles, 17 who were currently enrolled at the school but needed a permit to remain, 40 siblings of those on out-of-boundary permits, 118 students in the district, 263 who were not one of those categories, typically out-of-district students, and then 39 received after the lottery. You'll notice the trend continuing in that the majority of the permit applications that we received that were approved fall into that not any of the categories group. Moving on to the middle school level. Again, close to half, a little bit less, that we were able to accept. Children of employees was 18. 2, my number slid a little bit down, that's weird. 2 who were 8th remaining as 9th. 8, 7th graders remaining as 8th graders. 36 within 2 miles of the school. 102 who were students in the district. 96 all others, and 25 after the lottery closed in January, excuse me. The high school level, 77% were able to be accepted. 17 were juniors remaining as seniors, 24 children of employees, 13 sophomores remaining as juniors, 11 within 2 miles, 235 students in the district, 286 in any other category, and 40 after the lottery took place. Part of the reason to present these to the board is that as we prepare for the upcoming permit season, which begins December 1st, we need to know if there is a desire or an interest from the board in making changes to these priorities, because it does take a little bit of time on Power School's side to make those changes and to have it ready for December 1st. We'll circle back to this list in just a moment, but that's also available to you in board docs. You should also have a document that is the document made available to parents to explain what the priorities are, and you can review that as well.
And remind me, if a student, let's say in the 7th grade, gets a permit and is approved, that student becomes the student of that school for the remaining 8th and 9th grade, right?
Until the end of the grades offered by that school,
Right.
unless one of several circumstances happens that the parent elects to leave the school. If there is a suspension that warrants that, if they are no longer a Utah resident, the permit will be revoked in those circumstances.
Thank you.
Or if the board revokes it.
Or if the board chooses to revoke permits, yes. We also have in Jordan School District 3 tiers that were established by the board. These are in play during the open enrollment window that goes from December 1st through the 3rd Friday in February. These tiers were put in place to determine the permissions needed for a school principal to request permits from 90% of the building's capacity to 100% of the building's capacity. As a reminder, if your projected enrollment is under 90%, state law requires you to accept permits. If you are over 90%, you don't have to accept permits. The board decided to put these approval tiers in place to decide what approvals were needed for a principal to accept permits above 90% to 100% of building's capacity. These tiers only apply in the open enrollment window because from the 3rd Friday in February on, our schools are staffed on their FTE allocation, and principals just can't accept or go over that allocation. They may accept additional permits to stay close to that allocation, but they don't accept above that typically. Also in board docs, you have a document that looks like this. It's kind of a summary to give the board an idea of where we stand at current. There may be some shifts that happen as we get closer to December 1st. I wanted to go over what the columns mean quickly because there are a few but remembers that I need to make sure the board is aware of on these columns. The first column there for all of our schools is the current use capacity. The second one is portables. Now, those two numbers are there because they should match the numbers that are available to the board in other forms. The building capacity should be the same. But remember that when we talk about permits, we don't necessarily look at the current use capacity, because if there are portables on site, it indicates the building is over capacity. So when we use a capacity number for permits, we subtract the portables off. So the capacity would be lower at each of these schools by the number of portables that are currently there. There's a September 2021 enrollment. That's the day 10 enrollment for all of our schools, just as an information piece for the board. There is a projected enrollment number that is what you'll hear in just a few moments from Mr. Feston, spoiler alert. Those numbers are there, again, for the board's information, but remember, those projections, as Mr. Feston will explain, are boundary area students only. If there are out-of-boundary students who are already on permit or who are involved in a program at that school, we have to manually add those in, so those students are not reflected in these totals. The next column says if at this moment we anticipate the school being able to offer permit seats. I don't have a number there because we will do that calculation again closer to December, so it is as accurate as we can get. Some of these schools could offer a single permit if that's how the math works out, but there should be seats available at the schools that say yes, and we don't anticipate permit seats being available at the schools that are listed as no. The final column is just the permit tier that was set by the Board of Education for these schools based on the number of portables that are at each location.
So can you just walk through, like I'm looking at Columbia.
Yeah.
So open enrollment permits is projected, is red no, that means you're not projecting any permits, but their tier is yellow.
Yes,
So there could be.
what that means, those two columns aren't necessarily going to agree with each other. What it means is that Columbia has a capacity at the moment of 850, but that includes 4 portables. Those 4 portables would add about 100 students to the capacity. So that capacity is probably going to be in the neighborhood of 750. If you take 90% of that, that's some total that Mr. Larson probably already knows, but I don't. And that 90% number, we would subtract out the projected enrollment plus anyone else on permit there at the moment. And that math, that subtraction, is likely a negative number once we do that calculation, which means there is no space for permits. The 2 there means that they have more than 1 portable but less than 6. So if they wanted to go above 90%, they would have to follow the approvals listed there, but that above 90% would be a principal discretion issue. They are not obligated to accept permits above 90%.
So let me say that again. The first column is, are we legally required to accept the permit at that school? Yes or no?
Yes.
Not are we accepting or are we not accepting, it's are we legally required to accept them? Have they hit the threshold where we no longer legally have to? That's all that the first column is saying. Not yes we're accepting, no we're not, but have we hit that mark? The second column is, here's the potential for adding beyond, and could we approve up to this? So if they potentially, they would not even be a 3 unless they have more than 6 portables. That's not saying that the principal has decided. There's just saying the potential is this school could be a 3 because it has 7 portables. Not that they are, but they could be. Did I say that correctly?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All of these, just put an asterisk after them that again will rerun calculations and figures as we get closer to December so that they're most correct as we head into that permit window.
You go back to the last slide. There's 100% on that one, but on the next slide there was a 90% for the green, yellow, red.
That's because I can't appropriately look at one screen and type on another, so it's a typo on my part. It should say 100% in both places.
Yeah, You'll always get the straight story from Caleb.
I appreciate it, I love it.
I appreciate that straight story.
Well, no, it's worded different, it's correct. School administrators may request seats up to 100%, and then the other one is may add permits above 90%. So one is up to and one is above.
It was really an intentional choice on my part to just phrase it differently, so I
Yeah.
was sure the board could understand what it means.
So superintendent, correct me if I'm wrong, but it is not the board who decides what tier a school is at. That was horrible English. Let me say that again.
No,
It is not the board who decides at which tier each school finds themselves.
right, I think one way to describe that last column is based on the parameters set by the board and conversations that district administration have had with the principal of each school, that's the tier where each school has been placed for the time being.
Because I was a little fuzzy, did tier 3 require board approval?
No, it says
It
discussion.
required a discussion at the board of the circumstances.
Okay.
When the board established the tiers, none of them were set up to require the board's approval, but there
Right.
was a notification and a discussion requirement.
That's what I remember. Thank you.
Another
We
caveat,
haven't moved any to level 3 since our last discussion with the board. So there hasn't been any change to discuss with the board in terms of moving the school to tier 3.
Right.
there may also be one adjustment in that column. We have several schools that recently have had boundary changes that have portables housed at their location that are simply being housed there because they're not bounce houses and they don't deflate and move easily. So we will go through and make some adjustments to schools so that the schools we do right by the schools. So if Oker Elementary, I believe, has 3 portables on site, but our understanding is those 3 portables are not in use. So we would potentially change their tier to a tier 1 school to reflect that there are portables there simply to store them.
So can you answer me a question about Harriman Elementary that will be losing 400 students next year, but we still have them as over capacity and at a tier 3? Is that just because that hasn't been changed?
Yeah, it's likely because of, again, the portable situation. We're in a little bit of an odd situation with using portables because we have to make these decisions in October to be ready for December, and the portables move the following summer. So that's, again, part of we will go through here, and if it looks like those portables would not be needed next year at Harriman, we may adjust their tier down to try and more accurately reflect what the circumstance is. It's a little difficult at some of our schools to just say, oh yeah, there's 4 portables there because I can count 4 buildings behind the school. So
And could we change them from, no, we don't accept permits, to yes?
that one is dependent on the building capacity that should have the portables subtracted out, but I will double check to make sure that they are treated appropriately in that calculation.
Okay, thank you.
The only remaining question then is if the board would like to make any adjustments to the permit priorities.
So I have a question for you, Caleb. I need to know where your spidey sense is going off. I know you're not a board member and you counsel the board and you're nervous to do so. So I am granting you full permission and immunity from what you're about to say.
Only one board member does.
I am granting you immunity. You can ask them to plug their ears, but I need to know, you are more of an expert on this than I am. Where is your spidey sense going off? Where do we need to make adjustments? Where have you heard, look at this, the majority of people do not match those descriptions. So is there an adjustment that needs to be made because of what you've seen come in? That is a reasonable request that the board hasn't considered.
It's a great question. I think that there are not any areas I'm aware of where an additional priority is desperately needed. I think we are fairly comprehensive in the circumstances and situations we address. There may be a need to eliminate some priorities because all of the priorities that we have listed, some of them the PowerSchool system will automatically generate the information, but they still have to be reviewed by a staff member. So I want to be very sensitive to, are we asking schools to do a lot of work on these? I think that there is room to consolidate some of these, but that being said, all of them benefit students in some way. And the tricky thing that we have is the first year that we did this was Moab, so there were a lot of people trying to get permits. Last year, there were things going on that may have impacted the requests for permits, and this year those things going on still are going on. So it's difficult for me to say let's get rid of 4, 5, and 6 on all of them, because I don't think we've had a normal year enough times in a row to get reliable data.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a couple questions on that though. We stated earlier, if you get into the school, you can stay until the duration of that school. So it seems odd to me that we have number 1 on high school and number 3 on high school. If you're in the school, why would that be a priority to get a permit, because you're already in?
So those two,
Moved.
yeah.
Your family moved to a different school, and technically you have to move too unless you have a permit to come back. Those students aren't permitted. They are boundary students who moved out and now need a permit.
Okay.
Or if a boundary change takes place, and I was a junior at Harriman High this year, but next year I'm supposed to be a senior at Mountain Ridge, but I would like to stay at Harriman High to finish, I would fall into that permit
I
criteria.
understand that a boundary changed that way, but I didn't understand that if your family moves that you could still stay at the school. So that's
Yeah.
good information for me. Thank you.
And the number 6, all other students, are those coming from outside our district mostly?
The majority would fall into that, yeah, we catch everyone else in the district with number 5 on high school and middle school and number 7 on elementary. So number 6 on any of these would be basically non-Jordan School District residents.
Wow.
So board members, does anyone have a desire to change any of these permit priorities this year?
I'd like to see it just go another year or so, just so that we can have some really good data to see if we're heading in the right direction.
Assuming we don't change boundaries for a year.
Okay, it looks like these priorities will stand this year.
Thank you so much.
And thank you, we appreciate your efforts on this. Okay, next up is a report on our enrollment.
Mr. Festa, did
Yes.
you have?
Oh, did you have something else?
Nope, he's next.
He's next.
Okay. Next up is our report on our enrollment growth projections. This is something that I look forward to every year. We get far enough into school that we have a good idea of how many students we have. And we are grateful to have an in-house demographer who is able to always keep an eye out and look forward and project what's going to happen in the future. He's got this magic 8 ball that we all appreciate.
I used to have a dartboard on my wall at my last job, but I don't have a wall big enough to have it back. But thank you, President Miller, members of the board. The deeper I get into these numbers, the more amazed I am that Travis did this by himself for as long as he did without losing his hair. So what I want to do is run quickly through some high points from this year's projections and talk a little bit about a handful of schools to watch. You should or will shortly have in board docs the full set of projections, school by school, as well as the district and a level summary for you to peruse afterwards when you can't sleep. It's a wonderful tool. So I just want to talk a little bit about the...
You say that, but some of us do that.
Most every board member.
Okay. Just want to talk about the district as a whole and then drill down a little bit to some things that I've seen in the projections. Talk about some large-scale trends that we're seeing that will affect us eventually, and then just a handful of schools to watch. So our school district does remain a growth district, projecting a 1.2% annual student growth, which is in line with what the county as a whole is being projected at. There are some major developments coming. A lot of these are just on the outside edge of these projections. So we're showing, 1.2% growth, but there's a lot of development just over the horizon. And I've listed just 4 of them here. Olympia Hills out in the Harriman area, I have starred that one because it is currently, that property is currently going through the annexation process with Harriman City. That may or may not affect the timeline for that development. As far as I can read in the master development agreement, the number of units will not change. It's just the timing of those units. 2 developments in West Jordan, Jones Ranch, which is right to the west of Antelope Canyon Elementary School, has just received its approval for its first 100 units, of which they can only build 60 until there's a new water tank constructed. Wood Ranch, also in West Jordan, in the very northwest corner of the district, west of 111. That's a Daybreak style development, another 3,000 units. Again, they are also water constricted. They're working with the city and with, actually there had to be a boundary change with the Kearns Improvement District to provide water to part of that development. So again, what we're hearing from the developers and from the cities is they might start to move dirt in a couple of years. Again, it's one of those unknowns. Then the last one I put on there is the remainder of Daybreak to the west. There's approximately another 4,000 units or so entitled in that area. One thing to keep in mind with all of these developments is these are long-term developments. You think how long it's been since Daybreak started, 25 years or so since those first homes went in. So these are long-range, long-term developments that we will be able to hopefully stay ahead of. Hopefully we're not going to get too much of a surprise. So this is a chart that I found in all of my materials that I got from Travis, so I'm pretty sure you've seen it before. The red line there is our historic enrollment. The green line, the green dashed line, is the projections that I'm presenting to you this evening, topping out at just over 60,000 in 2028. The 2 faint lines on there are the last 2 years worth of projections. The top line was in 2019, the bottom line in 2020. We're still in the ballpark. 2020, we're still not quite sure how that's going to affect the numbers going forward in the math. As Travis says, it's a gift that's going to keep on giving for a while. So I want to go just one level lower than the district as a whole and talk about what I see as 3 districts, the tale of 3 districts. We have a district of growth, we have a district of decline, and a district of stability, all within our Jordan School District. District of growth, these are our new schools in areas that are experiencing a lot of construction, and they are moving along the x-axis of this chart towards the 1,000 student mark rather quickly. These include the new Harriman Elementary School that's being built currently, Antelope Canyon, Aspen, Mountain Point, and Ridgeview. Of those, Ridgeview is the one that is currently experiencing the growth. I ran some numbers this morning. Currently, we're tracking almost 1,800 housing units district-wide in our district. Ridgeview by itself accounts for almost 200 of those units. Every time I drive past there, just below the high school, it's crazy how quickly those units are going up. We have some schools that are small and getting smaller. This is due entirely to demographics. These are schools that are in all of them are in West Jordan. sorry, Jen. Mostly in the eastern part of the district, so between Jordan Landing and the Jordan River. We're just not getting new kindergartners. Our births are down. The families are moving out, but not being replaced with other families with students of school age, which just continues that trend of declining student population. Then we have a district of stability. This is the rest of our schools. They're, between 600 and 1,000 students, but not growing nor shrinking appreciably quickly. Blackridge is large, but stable. Down to Rosemont and Oakcrest, which are good sized, but again, stable in their development. Some large scale trends I wanted to talk about really quickly are declining birth rate. You can see there on that, we'll go to this next chart. So from the 2010 census to the 2020 census, our district grew by almost 100,000 people in total population, from just over 200,000 to just over 300,000. Our births were within 15 between 2010 and 2020, so remarkably stable. That gives the result of that is our birth rate has gone from 20 births per thousand to 14 births per thousand. So we're seeing, even though we're adding population, our kindergarten classes are remaining pretty stable as far as size. A couple other things I just wanted to touch on quickly. I know time is short. We're tracking and watching carefully the change in the housing mix. Right now, those 1,800 units that I talked about 40% of them are single family and about 40% of them are townhouse type developments. So we're watching those because when we do our projections, we assume that the number of students per unit varies from single family to a multifamily type product. So we're watching to see if those numbers start to come into alignment as more and more townhouses are being built. The affordability issue is beyond the scope of anyone in this room, but how families can afford housing right now is beyond me. The townhouses there by Ridgeview Elementary School are, when Caleb and I visited a couple of months ago to talk to the sales office, we're starting at $474,000, and they're now well over $5 for a townhouse. So that is going to affect or could have an impact on how our population grows and what kind of student mix we get out of the new housing. And then we're just watching the impact of remote learning and the online schools for this year. Like Caleb said, we haven't had a normal year 2 years in a row yet, so we're watching for more data points just to see what the long-term impact of those changes are going to be. So the schools to watch, I made a list here of elementary and secondary schools. I want to talk about a couple of them, but the ones that I mentioned earlier, as far as high growth schools, and as well as the what's called the West Jordan Corridor, the Facilities Committee named it that. Those schools there in East West Jordan. So Ridgeview is currently experiencing a lot of growth. They just received 3 portables from Oker to try and alleviate some of their growth. The kids just keep coming out there. So that's one to keep an eye on. And then these are the 4 schools that I wanted to point out in West Jordan. Westland has the ALPS program. Majestic has the new Arts Magnet program. So we're hoping that as those programs continue in these schools, that we see a little turnaround in these projections. Just something to be aware of. Sunset Ridge and Copper Hills. This is one that was a little surprising, given everyone's mental model about the growth in these areas. These 2 schools, the projection is relatively flat.
The numbers you just told us?
What?
The numbers you
Oh,
just
wait.
told us are included here?
Oh, wait.
I'll get
I
there.
was
I'll
gonna
get
say
there.
8.
Because of boundary decisions during Moab, that growth is actually going to Joel P. Jensen and West Jordan High School. Which, those two schools have room in their buildings to accommodate that growth. But especially with the middle school, those students are being bused past 2 other middle schools to get there. So we have realtors and developers. We had one call and said, we were looking at your maps and noticed a mistake. Oh, really? What's that? I said, oh, well, all of this growth out here is saying it's going to Joel P. Jensen. When are you going to fix that? So we said, no, that was intentional, and
Your
Stay
response
tuned.
is when you donate some land.
there you go. How many acres of land do you have to develop, to donate? So that's the report on on our projections. We do these every year. I track the building permits every single Friday, and it's crazy. Any questions, comments? Like I said, all this data should be in your board docs if it's not there already. Shortly.
Very much appreciate the data. There's just, when you made the PDF, sometimes it gets cut off. So like
Okay.
Mountain Ridge High is cut off from one page to another. Just a couple things. And I'm not seeing Antelope Canyon on here.
On the PDF.
Uh-huh.
We can go back and look at
It
that.
starts with Aspen. Right there.
No, you are correct. Okay, I will make those adjustments
Okay.
and get those updated.
Thank you.
If you'd like all of the schools, we offer a premium projection service that you can subscribe to. We only give you a sample of the schools.
You were so bad.
It keeps us entertained.
Yeah, for sure. On board docs, we don't have that other information like the schools to watch and that kind of thing. It's not on mine,
Okay,
not on Nikki's.
PowerPoint.
okay, we'll get that out there as well.
Okay, thank you.
I made some last minute edits while I was sitting here, so.
That's great, thank you.
I, for one, don't need it. I like the fact that you can change it up until you present it, but once it's presented, if you could throw it on, that would be beneficial.
Okay, I will do that.
Make them take pictures while
President Miller, if I may, this wasn't part of their presentation. I don't know if they toot their own horn, but I just have to give a shout out to this team. In a year of so many unknowns, really the last couple of years, so many unknowns with student enrollment, not knowing how kindergarten numbers were going to look, not knowing who was going virtual, in and out, and so forth. For this team to have projected as closely as they did is really, really remarkable. And I just want to commend Travis and his team. I have the privilege of working with these gentlemen who have given the last 3 presentations tonight on a regular basis, and I just want to commend them and thank them for the outstanding work they do.
Yes, thank you. We echo that.
And if any board member at any time wants to talk about growth, please feel free to call. Be happy to help you.
My question to you, Mike, is the Google Drive Excel spreadsheet continually updated? The capacities one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, that was, Caleb keeps that and maintains that regularly, so it is always current, up to date.
And we use it, I personally use it.
The workbook you're referring to, yes, yeah, it's handy.
You should see a date next to the
I do.
numbers.
Yep.
That will change every month with the day that we
Thank you.
update.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
The capacities and the portable numbers on there, update in July, but there's no date with it. It just happens when we do our updates.
Right. That is assumed in a working workbook.
Okay, thank you.
My question when I see this report is, where are hot spots which you have identified, and what schools need to come next, and do we have the land we need to accommodate the future growth? And I know Facilities Committee has has been looking into that question of do we have the land that we need in order to accommodate future growth, and are working on that. Anyone from Facilities Committee have comment on that?
We have provided this board with a hotspot map and our properties list, and we'll hope that each board member will look at the hotspots and the properties and say, where are we missing? We can send it out again. But everyone should have a hotspot map, and then the current buildings project list shows properties and the intended use of that property, approximately what size of a school would that property fit. So, you know, if you'll look at that and say, there's something wrong here, there's a hotspot in my area, and we don't have property to match it.
When was that sent out and in what form?
It was sent out as a report in our board meeting. I'll send it out again.
Yes, please.
That'd
I
be
didn't
great.
get that.
I've said this so many times, I just want to say it again, and I'm sure that the Facilities Committee is watching for this, but just being cautious about building too many schools too close together, because that's kind of put West Jordan in the situation that we are in. There's just too many schools too close together. So.
Scott, I had a couple questions.
Yes.
The drop-off between 2024 and 2025 is significant.
In which,
I'm looking at the district summary. K-12 students. We go from about 1,500, so 1,500 becomes 888, becomes 1,100, and then in 2025, the increase is only 371.
I think that's probably due to the timing that we have attached to these large developments.
Okay. So can we assume that we have not necessarily, just because we don't know, that 4 years from now, our growth will probably not be a total of 371 students?
Probably not.
There are developments that are, so to speak, fallow right now that we know are going to there. We just don't have any numbers on to work off of right now, but we know eventually that we'll get there, and we assume those numbers will.
It just was a significant jump from
Yeah.
24 to 25.
Yeah, we had the same question, noticed the same thing in our discussion. Thank you.
And another question for the Facilities Committee is, generally in the fall, you bring us an ongoing projected building plan. It used to be the 5-year plan, and then it got changed to the ongoing one. And I'm assuming I think we've talked, and you're working on that, and we'll be bringing that to us soon.
Correct.
Okay, any other action steps that we need to take at this point?
Good luck, Daryl.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate your work.
Thank you.
I know the sleepless nights, believe me.
Great, now we have them.
Thank you. Okay, next we have information and discussion on the redistricting process. Everyone's probably familiar in hearing about the redistricting process that's going on at the congressional and state level. And that same process will also be happening at our board level. It happens once every 10 years. And we've seen a lot of growth in our district, and our school board seats are no longer even and equaled out. And so the redistricting process will create, equality in our board member seats. And Mr. Young asked at our last board meeting to have some information on that redistricting process and how that will work. And so we have Mr. Van Komen and Mr. Larson down for that. Mr. Feston, you also?
I have provided some data for this, so I thought I'd stay sitting here.
Great. Okay. Mr. Larson.
Thank you. So we were asked to come back with 3 specific questions. There was the process, the timeline, and then the rules surrounding it. And so what we found out is the process is that the county school districts, anyone that has more than one municipality, of which Jordan would be one, let's say like Salt Lake and Murray, this would not pertain to them. They may submit proposals to the Salt Lake County Redistricting Commission, may submit proposals to the County Redistricting Commission. But we can opt to not submit proposals, but of course the commission would want to know that very soon, because they would do it on our behalf. The Redistricting Commission then submits their proposals to the Salt Lake County Council, and that council then approves the final boundaries. So that's the process that takes place. As far as a timeline to fulfill that process, normally the Redistricting Commission gets their data in the spring, and then they submit all of this stuff in late summer, early fall. They just got the data September 16th. So it is very much behind a normal process. And so they did ask if we could have any recommendations to them by the first week of November. What are the rules or guiding principles to follow? State statute does say that we shall divide the school districts so that the local school board districts are substantially equal in population and are as contiguous and compact as practical. I'll just a little terminology, and it's a little funny to me, but school districts are divided up into board districts. I was familiar more with the term precincts, but the term precinct means something else. So the term they use is district. So each of you are in a different district, although you represent Jordan School District.
That is silly.
Then County Council Ordinance 2.04. This is specifically written for the council, but they apply it to the school district process as well. The council district should, to the extent practical, remain consistent with their original geographical configuration and representation, allowing continuity and ease of contact between residents and district council members. They also have County Ordinance 2.71.050. The commission and the council shall be guided by the following principles. So here's kind of the guiding principles to follow. Boundary changes will be limited to the maximum extent possible so as to remain consistent with the district's original configuration. Boundary changes that remove existing council members from the district to which they were elected will be avoided where possible. District boundaries will be aligned to the jurisdictional boundaries of municipalities and townships. All council districts will have at least 2 jurisdictions, municipalities and/or unincorporated areas of Salt Lake County within the county council district boundaries. And no boundary will be gerrymandered for the purpose of political advantage. So that's their guiding principles.
So given that, why would we even propose anything if those will guide them? Those are the very things that would guide me in making the decisions.
They don't understand things like school boundaries and stuff like that.
You may have thoughts that they would not have. Given traffic, school boundaries, even city boundaries, they may look at these results and they may carve out pieces that we don't feel is appropriate.
Yeah, like I wouldn't want like 3 high schools in one board member's precinct.
It's hard.
Yeah.
Plus at bullet number 3, to be aligned with the jurisdictional boundaries of the municipalities. I straddle 2 municipalities. I know a lot of you do too, so.
Well, and that goes along though with bullet number 4.
Which is crazy, because I have 6 houses in Bluffdale.
Yeah.
So now I know why I have 6 houses in Bluffdale.
So bullet 4 says each district has at least 2 jurisdictions, so each of us should cross 2.
And,
Which is why you have a street of Harriman.
and remember, these are guiding principles, not hard, fast rules. It's just their concept. So some of the information that they provided to us was even what was done 10 years ago by another school district in this county and how they came to it. And they took that 4th bullet to mean they wanted, and by no means is this is up to you, but they took that to mean they wanted every board member to have at least 2 high schools within their boundary. So in other words, this is not written specifically to a school district.
Right.
So where are we then? This is the current status of each of the board members, the total population. So we've done absolutely no work with the data. We have simply obtained the data and created, Mr. Feston has created this analysis, but we've done no work to begin any process with it. So the process, though, would begin with the total population divided by the 7 school board members to get a target figure and what the census figure is and what the difference is. Oh, and I forgot to highlight a very important piece back on this slide. Very important piece, sorry about this. The first asterisk. The state statute says that it shall be equal in, substantially equal in population. Well, the question is asked, well, what does that mean? They are interpreting that as to be less than a 10% variance from the largest to the smallest.
Current, like, not even accounting for growth. It's as of this moment.
That is correct, according to the census.
10 years I'll be back.
So backwards.
So,
And one of the reasons for that is they do let you factor in growth within that margin.
Without
So you
10%.
could propose, that's one of the reasons that it can be different as well. But it's still not a large variance.
and they did admit this was different than was the case 10 years ago. This is a little looser now, which I think is wise given growth calculations. So you can see that there's going to be a significant shift. And then this one, I don't know how well that's going to come up, but there's the current boundaries. So that's...
Mine is so weird, it's pretty small.
Mr. Robinson represents half the district. Yes, and she's got the other half.
And I just have a quarter.
Errol also has more mountains than anyone else, I think.
I mean, if you didn't count in proper, you know, the strip mine, I would have a lot more mountain.
You have the only
It's
strip
just
mine.
It's just been charted off, okay?
Your district can be seen from space.
I am a wonder of the world.
I'll trade you 21,000 people for
Mine.
So it just appears, looking at these numbers and these numbers and the boundaries, that things are just going to have to shift down and left, south and west. So that's what we were asked to come back with, but based on what we found out from the redistricting commission, it does, we really do have the question, does the board want to defer to the county redistricting commission to set the boundaries? And if not, then how would you like to proceed?
I would like to counsel someone within our district who's drawing the lines. I don't want to touch the drawing of the lines with a 10-foot pole myself. I would prefer that a board member not draw the lines, but that whoever draws the lines can come to the board and say, what are we not seeing, and allow the board to give feedback and say, well, this puts 2 high schools in one district, or this doesn't. But I would not want to form a committee of board members that did this. I would prefer to see someone from the superintendent's staff draw the lines and bring it back to the board to say, what do you think?
And I believe, if any of you were here 10 years ago, that happened. That's how it happened.
Yes.
Anyone here 10 years ago?
I was involved in that. And we, Mr. Dave Stoddard and I, the interim superintendent at one point in the district, worked on that together with support from the Planning and Student Services Department. Got feedback from individual board members and then presented that to the county.
And my recommendation would be that Daryl's, myself's, and Nikki's, that we do the 10% separation. And that Daryl, myself, and Nikki are 10% smaller.
Well, and you might need to shift someone on the east side over to the west side. And I would just bring up, I like their idea of having 2 board members for a city municipality, but those people, those 6 or 10 people in my area don't really have good representation if that's all you're gonna put. If you're gonna put a street, well, I don't have a connection to Hidden Valley Middle School. I don't have a connection to Bluffdale, so it's nice that they have 2 representatives there, but unless you give me a chunk, it's putting a street in an area doesn't solve what they're doing.
Which I like the interpretation is that it's 2 schools, not 2 municipalities for a school district. Harriman, I would not be concerned if Daryl stayed in Harriman, but I like the idea that each board member has at least 2 high schools.
Constituents attending 2 high schools. I will tell you, from a board member who has constituents attending 3 high schools, it's really challenging. I can't keep up with what's going on at 3 different high schools and
yet not
9
have a
different middle
single one of
schools.
them within your district.
But yet none of them actually are in my district.
I have 3 and I ignore one.
Yeah.
There's no way I can be active in that school that just represents a small portion of my community.
So my preference would be, to physically have a high school in each of the 6 separate districts.
Single high school. So it's just strange. The boundaries are weird that way.
Well, and Mr. Larson suggested south, shift south, and did you say west?
I was just making a comment that essentially Jen's area needs to grow.
Right.
Daryl's area needs to decline.
Right.
So things are going to have to shift for that to happen.
Yeah,
How that
whomever is
happens, I don't know.
involved, you get too much further south. For Jen, I would be out of my district. So
Well-
we're gonna have to be really
But it could
careful.
shift west.
It could.
What you have to do is, if we don't do it now, you'll do it in 10 years, you have to take someone from the east side and bring them over to the west. And it's best to set it up for, in 10 years, how would those boundaries grow?
Exactly.
We might as well just do that now, even though the numbers will be even, we know where the hot spots are. And so let's set them up so that they can grow, so we don't, maybe in 10 years from now, we're not moving the east side per se, we're just adjusting the west.
And I do like Mr. Dunford's suggestion to make his and Daryl's and Nikki's 10% less, knowing that that's where the growth is going to be. If someone gets drawn out of their boundary, do they finish their term?
Yes, that's in state law.
They finish their term or they finish out
They finish out their term.
years? Okay.
So whether that's 3 years left or 1 year
Tell us
left?
what were you gonna say?
If the board determined that it would be assigned to administration, I won't look at his expression on my peripheral vision, but I would just assign that to Scott to put that together and bring it forward.
What does it mean?
I would ask that, because we have a short timeline, I would just ask if we could go around and summarize some of the concerns you just brought up
That's what I was gonna
as
ask.
guiding principles,
Can I write?
just as guiding principles to help direct his work. He's worked on this before in previous positions. He's highly qualified to take a look at something from that perspective. And with some guidance from the board, I think we could get a really good plan in place for you to react to and respond to.
Did you see Scott Thomas's eyes go big?
I was going to say, there's another Scott sitting right behind him, so.
Okay, guiding principles, beyond what the county's already outlined as guiding principles. Anyone want to go first, Mr. Robinson?
Well, I just think that the area which, it would be nice if the area, I don't know how to put this. The area should be somewhat geographical to our boundaries, our high schools or middle schools. Does that make sense? Thus eliminating some of what Tracer's is saying about like representing too many high schools or.
Yeah, I'm kind of that narrow, it's like we started on the outside and then I ended up in the middle. So I represent all sorts of high schools and middle schools.
So limit each district to 2 high school boundaries. Where possible.
So that we have constituents going to no more than 2 different high schools.
Keep each board member in their district.
I like what you were talking about with just anticipating hotspots and lowballing those areas.
Using the 10%.
Well, if you're gonna keep each board member in their district though, you're not gonna be able to bring in each side.
Again, we're just saying, here are the goals. I mean, if that's not a goal, let's erase it, but where possible, I'd like to at least say that's a goal.
I'd put a stronger goal as
We can rate them.
future growth areas.
So you would say that's more important than keeping board members in their precinct?
Yeah.
So give each district a high school, limit each district to 2 high school boundaries, meaning the constituents in that district only go to 2 high schools.
On the first one, Bryce, we might want to also alert them to where a new high school will be built, which would be our 7th high school, right?
Right.
So you may want to consider that.
They are us.
They are us.
They know better than we do.
Is there anything beyond those 4?
The city boundaries is part of the county guidelines, so that will be factored in, is that correct?
Yes.
I have to say, and John can correct me, I think their guiding principles are just that. I think there's a lot of flexibility and they recognize that the commission, their redistricting committee can't satisfy all of us.
Correct. They stress that these were just principles that they looked to, but this was not the end all. If they needed to ignore one and had a sufficient reason to do so, they did. And I think as part of the submission of this, they would be interested in that type of rationale to say this is what why the board is thinking that this would be an appropriate alignment so that they can move quickly. Remember, they're not just asking us to move quickly, they have to move very quickly too to get this past 2 other groups after this board's done.
So I would just say in number 4, it's got to be more than just a couple streets. For two jurisdictions, it needs to be a chunk. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I don't want to straddle more than 2 jurisdictions.
No.
So no more than 2 cities in a district. But try to avoid a city being just a street.
I got 4 cities in my area.
Scott Thomas, are you getting all this down?
Yes. Taking notes.
Now Scott's not gonna sleep at night.
And I'm sure they'll do this, but try to keep the board member in their district. That's up there.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see it up there, sorry. Each board member. Okay, thank you.
So in the past, was a map brought back to the board? Then did the board
We
approve it?
met with individual board members in the past.
John mentioned, it doesn't have to be just one proposal. You can have multiple proposals, and you can even rank them. I'll take that into consideration.
Yeah, he specifically said that if you do give us more than one proposal, please rank them. And I would read into that their time frame is such that they have to move quickly, so they want to know what is the preference.
And individual patrons can do this also. That they have a map that they can go and make recommendations to the committee.
That's for the congressional.
That is congressional?
Yeah, I think that's the statewide.
State legislature.
I think that's state congressional.
Any other priorities? Okay. So Scott, we have 6 current high schools, but we all kind of know where a 7th high school would be.
Yep.
So 7 districts, 7 potential high schools. Limit each district to 2 high school boundaries. Keep each board member in their district. Use the 10% limit for anticipated growth. No more than 2 cities in a district, and more than just a street.
Right. Since this has landed squarely in my lap, what is the board's desire as far as a timeline and review process, keeping in mind that I'm going to be gone for a couple of weeks in this timeline?
When
So-
are you gone?
I'm leaving next week.
We'll present.
I'm passing Mr. Young in the air. No, but I'm hearing behind me that if it's the desire to come back to a study session, Travis and Caleb will entertain you.
We have 2 board members, or 2 board meetings in October.
I'll be gone for the study session. I will be back for the business meeting at the end of the month.
So can options be brought back to the next study session?
Yes. Yeah, we can have options to present, to have presented at that meeting.
That sounds fine to me.
What was that? How many options? Is the desire to have multiples to rank or a single proposal to edit?
Is it your intention to meet with individual board members before that meeting? Like what Dr. Godfrey's did?
If that's the desire, we can make that work.
I think it would be useful to have clarity on those 2 issues. How do you want Mr. Feston to proceed in terms of his interaction with the board? Does he meet with individual members and then bring it to 2 meetings, him or his colleagues? And then the other is, do you want multiple options, or do you just want an option that meets all of these needs?
I, for one, would be very nervous about you meeting with individual board members. That just smells like gerrymandering.
Okay.
I would prefer to do everything open, on the up and up, with no potential undue influence from a board member in drawing the lines. That would be my preference, and I don't need multiple maps.
And if that's the case, I think we need some options.
And I was gonna say multiple maps also brought back so that we can see what a couple possibilities are and identify potential problems or pitfalls with those.
Okay.
I was going to suggest two options.
I'd say
Is that not enough?
2 to 3 at your
Leave with one more than you came with.
discretion of what you, depending on how things shake out.
Never A or B, it's always C, D, E, or
Always C, yeah.
See, that's why I would prefer this first go-around to C1. And then we're gonna make some comments that will produce 2 and 3 and 4.
How many would like to see one option this next time? How many would like to see 2? How many would like to see 2 or more?
Mr. Robinson?
Mr. Robinson, how many would you like to see?
I really don't care. However, you could take 21,000 people out of my area, it's fine.
And move them to West Jordan. I will bring 2 and 3 options.
Yeah, I trust your judgment, and bring what you need to bring.
Mr. Van Komen.
I should mention, if it does require a board member to no longer be in their district, that may result in there being a vacant district where you would appoint a new board member, and that other board member, one of the other board members, if 2 end up in one district, one of them represents that district, and one of them becomes a board member at large for the remainder of their term. So you would actually have 8 board members.
Wait, so I thought someone got to finish out their term, but you're saying that's not correct?
They do get to finish out, but one of those
If they don't live
may
in,
be an at-large board member.
right, if they don't live within their district,
So if you carve me out and I don't have a place, so I still have 3 years left, then I can still serve at the at-large.
You're not going to get carved out.
So you would still serve as an at-large, and then we'd have an extra board member this next election cycle? Is that what you're saying?
Can we have a board with an even number?
Yeah, under the statute, you appoint for the vacancy. You can see why they prefer to not have this be an issue, but they also don't like to have a little slice just because one board member lives somewhere. So I just put.
but if we're wise, we could avoid that. So if we sliced it up so that elections corresponded with different
But you're not gonna do
districts.
that if you're shift to the west. Somebody will have to merge the districts. That's what's gonna happen all throughout the state this year.
And does this become effective January 1?
It's a great point.
I think it's effective for the 2022 general election cycle, which begins early in the year with candidate declaration.
Yeah, usually March.
Yeah, with the name gathering, signature gathering that they do, it's much earlier, so it's pretty early.
So for purposes of the election, the changes would go into effect on January 1st, 2022. But the actual new districts would be in effect January 1st, 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So say I got carved out of my district, I'm up for re-election next year. So if I just finished my term and didn't run again,
Someone in that area.
then someone in the new area would just run.
Correct.
And then we'd just have 7.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, we'd all serve our own areas as it is now until January 2023.
Okay, Dr. Godfrey, Mr. Feston, do you have what you need from us?
I think so.
Yes, thank you.
Scott, are they gonna rank those priorities?
Is there any desire to rank those priorities? Should I need to, should 2 of them be in conflict?
I think the only 2 that would mainly be in conflict was numbers 3 and number 4. what I heard you guys say is that number 4 was a higher priority than number 3.
Not for me.
So why not?
Because I'll get carved.
Like, well,
But you could finish your term.
In no man's land.
You can come help me.
Everybody claims Maryland.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Do you want us to come, all put a number by them or something, and then we average?
I think they've heard the discussion and they can.
I think we're fine.
We trust
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good night's sleep.
Thanks.
Always happens when you try to leave town.
I know.
Everybody just piles stuff on you.
That's what you get for sitting there. You should have.
Thank you.
I was expecting it.
All right, next up on our agenda is the Olympia Development. Jordan School District owns land within the Olympia Development for future schools, and as everyone is well aware, there are current plans for it to be annexed into Harriman City, which will necessitate a new master development agreement. And so we will turn the time to Mr. Dunford to give us an update on that.
The Facilities Committee met with the interested parties, the stakeholders, and we had, going into it, we had one major concern. We wanted to make sure that we're not charged fees that we don't anticipate. Our concern was that Salt Lake County does not charge impact fees, and Harriman has. And by annexing into Harriman, are we going to be charged impact fees for our schools? And so we met with the developers and they heard our concerns and were absolutely adamant, no, we will write that into the development. So they heard our concerns and wrote it right into the development that we will not be charged impact fees, that the developer assumes all the responsibility for the utilities and the development of the roads. So we just had absolutely no concerns as a facilities committee. We asked Mr. Van Komen to write up the new proposed arrangement as quickly as possible to get it into your hands. It is now on board docs. They would very much like this to be primarily approved before the middle of October. We were concerned about that because we felt like we ought to go through the normal process, present it at a study session, and then vote for it in a public session. But that meant the end of October. Given how concerned the developers were at meeting our concerns, how much they wanted to step up and solve our concerns, we would like to propose, Facilities Committee would like to propose that we put this on the agenda for the first meeting in October and have a special business item, at which time we approve this master development agreement. Now, if the board is opposed to that, then they're fine and we can move forward. But I will ask the board on that first October meeting to at least vote to say, yes, I would like to see this move forward. I would like to see this taken for a vote. And I won't call for a vote, but they would like by the middle of October to know where this board stands on the agreement. It is our proposal in facilities, if it's okay with the rest of the board, that we actually put this as a business item on our study session for the first meeting in October. That would officially approve it before the middle of October's deadline. Not deadline, but desired approval date. So if any of you have any concerns about it, then we won't do that. But if you're comfortable enough with facilities recommendation that we will not be charged impact fees, this will not cost us more than the original master development agreement, then it is our recommendation that we move forward with a business item next meeting and approve it then.
Are the only changes on page 22?
Paul can speak to the changes.
No, but in substance, the substantive change that we have clarifies that there were some minor changes, and then there have been some changes that don't impact the district. Those are no longer in red line because I didn't think we needed to draw attention to that for your purposes. But page 15 of the red line is the key provision, where it explicitly now says school district property, not subject to impact fees. It says the parties agree that notwithstanding anything to the contrary herein, school district property will not be assessed any impact fees.
That's page 22.
Okay, it's page 22. of the
I don't know.
PDF. And on the bottom, I'm sorry, I'm referring to a page number on the bottom. So
Oh,
yes.
I'm looking up in my computer.
There's a second component to this, and that was the amendment number 2. The amendment number 2 would go into effect, which basically just says we approve that if this master development agreement is approved and there is no legal challenge, then the old master development agreement is done away with, and this becomes the governing master development agreement. That's the one that the board has already approved and is the governing with the county.
There needs to be a kill provision.
And that basically has a reverter if for any reason this doesn't get approved, or there's a legal challenge or some other provisions.
And where is the approval process at? Is Harriman City and the county approved this yet?
Tomorrow, Harriman will.
It's been going through various iterations. They've been having meetings on it. They have indicated, now the council hasn't voted, that they agree to these changes that we suggested.
Then the county council also has to vote on it. Coming up, right?
There are a couple of other, yes, there's some others besides the county that are sort of subdivisions or committees.
And this doesn't change our sales agreement. We still have more acres to purchase and the ability to trade those acres within the development. This is just the master development agreement that was with the county, and now it's going to be with the city.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
I have a little bit of a concern. I don't see on the new maps the Utah State campus, of which we have 20 acres, and someone's told me that that's off the table now. Is that true? And can we get that into this master development plan? Because I don't know what happened to that. I don't see where it is. I don't see where that's being developed.
That was the donation?
That was a donation of 20 acres.
Yeah, we didn't discuss that.
I think that needs to be in here.
So are you saying, Mr. Robinson, that you want that in there before we make any approvals to this?
It's important for me to know that we're gonna get what we were promised. That that campus will come through and we're gonna get that 20 acres in this development. That's the reason we purchased.
Paul, was that dropped?
There's never been that I'm aware of a binding agreement.
I don't think that was in the original.
It was in our sales agreement.
Was it in the sales agreement?
It was in our sales agreement. When we bought the property, it was in the sales agreement.
I think that's where it's at, is in the sales
It's in the
agreement.
purchase and sale agreement.
So the master development agreement wouldn't change that.
There's something in here about the Utah State campus. I remember reading it.
Whereas I can see it, but
See
I'm
if I
not
can
good.
find it. It's 56 pages long.
I know.
I remember reading it. I can't tell you.
That would be my big question.
There's a provision in there for institutional property, but
That's my only reservation.
Anyone else have concerns while I'm still scrolling?
We even had a groundbreaking for that.
Yeah, I was there.
So
It-
I just wonder where,
If we agree on this part, I'm fine with doing the special business item next time.
Is this something that instead of taking the time now is just to, because I know that I've read it too and I just don't know where it's at. But just to, maybe whoever finds it first just puts it in an email to all board members so that.
The purchase sales agreement has the donation provision that there will be 12 acres to, donated to the district. So
As I recall, that was never in the master development agreement. That was never in the counties. So it hasn't been dropped. So nothing has changed.
no, the purchase and sale agreement has not changed since we entered into that.
it might not have ever been there, but it should be there because I don't see on the maps anymore our donation property. So what happened to our,
It was never there on the master development agreement.
it might not have been on the master development agreement, but it should have been. And we did have even a groundbreaking of the school. And I don't like the idea that we just drop that. I think it needs to be in here. That's just me.
But again, let me clarify, it hasn't been dropped. So we approved a master development agreement. It hasn't been dropped from that,
But you're asking me to sign
Are
a
you
document that
opposing-
doesn't have that in there.
but you already did.
Well, I'm not gonna again. If I made the mistake once, I'm not gonna make it twice.
We don't, the master development agreement does not currently specify where our future school sites are. Those are still subject to trades. Our purchase and sales agreement indicates that we currently have 60 acres, I believe, with an option for 40 more acres. The intent was never to have just the corner sitting with 100 acres. So there are provisions that are governed by the purchase sales agreement. They're referenced in the master development agreement. Any property that we end up with through purchase or through exchange via that purchase sales agreement is considered school district property. So similarly, the donation property, we're entitled to 12 acres of donation property, but it has not been specified as far as I'm aware on the master development plans. Certainly that's something we can raise.
It's probably here. I just can't see it. That's all I'm asking for.
And it's part of the sales agreement, so even if something doesn't happen with the Utah State campus, we still have a donation. Because that's part of the purchase sales agreement. Is that correct, Mr. Van Komen?
That's correct. There's a 12-acre provision.
That was 20, but
The executed purchase sales agreement says 12 acres. And I'm sure it was, what you're thinking of is the larger campus when you consider it next to what there might be, the 12 acres would be district property.
Do you have anything, Ms. Atwood?
Can I ask Mr. Thomas to come to the table?
Sure.
Just because I see concern with your eyes.
Oh,
So I'm hearing 20, I'm hearing 12. Does somebody,
I recall it was 20 originally.
That's what I thought.
It could
Okay.
be off.
I'm looking at the executed agreement.
And it
says
does say
12 acres.
12.
So,
that even concerns me more than.
well, that's something that was brought to the board.
I know.
Is everyone okay, assuming we get this issue ironed out, voting on it at our next meeting?
I think that Mr. Robinson's concerns need to be addressed.
Let's,
But I'm asking, do you want to impose upon the master development agreement something that wasn't there originally?
Maybe if it's disappeared, because I was.
It hasn't disappeared.
Well,
It was
that's not-
never in the master development agreement.
Well, if the project's disappeared, because I mean, I was under the impression that was there all along. We even had a groundbreaking of a picture of it with Marilyn, so.
I may have been referring to a different agreement, let me look.
So that would be my concern, is I really want to make sure we're protected in what was promised us.
We are. So my
I don't
question.
see that in this document.
So that's what I'm saying. This document doesn't grant that protection. This document isn't intended to do that. So do you want to impose on this document something that we haven't imposed on it earlier?
Yes.
Then that's going to delay the process.
Well, I want to do it right rather than do it fast.
So what is your concern, the Utah State campus, or is your concern whether or not we have the donated property still?
Well,
Because we don't have any control over the Utah State campus. We can't impose that on this agreement. That's between Utah State and the developer. Mr. Thomas?
So I believe they're two very separate documents. There's the purchase and sales agreement that we have with the developer and the family. And that was with the donation. I know Mr. Van Coleman's looking that up, but that was a separate document, the purchase sales agreement, which gave us the option of 20 acres per year for 5 years. And with that came the donation that we'll confirm. And then there's the master development agreement that is very separate from that I don't believe, and I read through most of it. It was very long, and I can't say I read it in its entirety, but I did look through it. I read the original one, and I couldn't see anything that related to the purchase of our property that's contingent on the trade or contingent on the master development agreement change. They're just two separate things. I do understand Mr. Robinson's concern, but they are two separate documents.
I'd like to table this item, take a break, have our business meeting, and when we come back into our study session, receive some further clarification, and Mr. Thomas and Mr. Van Komen can look up some more things.
So not
In the
table the
meantime.
item, just pause the discussion.
Pause the discussion.
I'll second that.
Yes. Okay, so let's take a 15-minute break. We'll start our business meeting at 6:30, and then we will pick this discussion back up after our business meeting.
guys ready?
Yeah, oh, sorry.
All right, we are ready to start our business meeting. Welcome. This is our Jordan School District Board of Education General Session. Today is Tuesday, September 28th, 2021. We are in the JATC South Building. And with us, we have board members Robinson, Atwood, George, Dunford, Miller, and Richards. We'd like to excuse Mr. Young today. We also have our superintendent, Dr. Godfrey, associate superintendent, Mr. Anderson, and our business administrator, Mr. Larson, and our board attorney, Mr. Van Komen. Thank you all for being here today. We are going to get started with Mountain Ridge High School. We're excited to have them with us today. We're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance by Parker Dahl, Holly McConaughey. Oh, I said it wrong. Campbell King, Thane Ward, and Parker Hadley, who are student body officers and class officers. After which we will have the Reverence by Riley Schmidt, who is the SBO Vice President, and then Celebrating Schools by Taya Tenney, who is the SBO President.
Color guard attention. Audience, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Color guard advance. Color guard, close the colors. Please repeat the Pledge of Allegiance with me. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
2. Color guard dismissed. Audience
It's Holly McCuacane. Did I get it right now? Okay. All right, we'll now have Riley Schmidt.
Mr. Rogers once said, quote, "The world needs a sense of worth."
Hold on just a minute. We're going to get your microphone on. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Rogers once said, quote, "The world needs a sense of worth, and it will achieve this only by its people feeling that they are worthwhile," end quote. Coming away from the pandemic with raised expectations and higher bars to meet, the student body has struggled to come back from the pressures of the pandemic. At Mountain Ridge High School, we chose our theme this year to be Who We Are. Who we are can mean many things. Who we are as a school, who we are as individuals, who we are as a club or sports team, who we are as faculty, and who we are as a community. This theme is meant to tie us all together as a school and truly find who we are as individuals, students, athletes, club members, faculty, and staff. Finding who we are can establish a sense of worth within our school and community as we all strive to discover this meaning within ourselves and within our groups. Finding out how everyone around us is worthwhile shows us the worth inside ourselves, and as Mr. Rogers once again said, all of us at some time or another need help. Whether we're giving or receiving help, each one of us has something valuable to bring to this world. That's one of the things that connects us as neighbors in our own way. Each one of us is a giver and a receiver. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Taya Tenney.
Mountain Ridge High School has much to be proud of in the few short years it has been established. Successes, accomplishments, and achievements, all adding to our young but outstanding legacy. Each year we have continuously strived to build off the previous year to grow from the last. Going back to the end of the previous school year, we've had a lot to celebrate. Both our boys and girls lacrosse teams won the region championships. Our softball team was the state runner-up. Our baseball team made it to the state playoffs. Our boys soccer team also won the regional championships. Track won the seasonal opening at the Premier Invitational. Our DECA club won new DECA chapter in the nation, and over 20 of our students qualified for nationals. For girls swim, they won the 200-meter relay at state. Girls water polo took third in state our first year, and 2 of our players were named first team all-state. And also our drill took first in region. We are off to a great start for the current school year. Our student government went to their annual leadership conference up at Utah State University and earned the Best Overall School Award, which consisted of 3 categories: leadership, service, and teamwork. We also won the Best Overall Dance Award with the help of our amazing dance teacher, Zoe White. Our student government also created over 50 posters highlighting each club and sport at our school. We hung these posters all around our commons for the first week of school, seeing each group of people recognized, building a feeling of unity and inclusiveness from day one. You can now find these posters all over our school, as the various clubs have taken their posters to hang them up closer to the areas that they meet. Our football team is currently at 6-1 and are ranked number 4 in our 6A division. Our girls soccer team is 9-4 and are currently ranked 3rd in our region. One of our students, Katie Anderson, continues to take top 3 in every preseason mountain bike race. Our girls tennis team won the championship in St. George tournament and took 2nd in regions. This week, the entire varsity team is at state. 2 of our seniors, Sarai Gertzen and Colby Roberts, were chosen this month as the Student Athletes of the Year. Our boys golf team took 3rd in their tournament 2 weeks ago and broke our school record. And our girls volleyball team is at 8-6 and are ranked number 13th in our region. We also had a great turnout at our homecoming tailgate before the football game. The Booster Club for our football team organized an amazing flag ceremony honoring our military prior to our homecoming game. We had almost 1,500 students attend our homecoming dance this year, and it was a huge success. These are all incredible accomplishments to celebrate, but what is even more impressive is the culture that we have created at Mountain Ridge High School. We celebrate each other's successes and cheer each other on. We come together, we build together, and we rise together. Our unity is what makes us strong, because together we are Sentinel Strong. Thank you.
Thank you. It's exciting to see a new high school starting new traditions. Can I get everyone that's here with Mountain Ridge to stand up? I think we have some administrators here too. Thank you. Students, we have some pins for you, so if you would like to come up, and we'll congratulate you.
Pick your toes. Lure, black.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Ben. You did awesome.
Thank you for being here. You did a great job.
Pick your toes.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I love the bow tie. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. We will now move on to our resolutions of appreciation. Ms. Richards.
Whereas dedicated service to Jordan School District was faithfully and effectively performed, whereas they consistently and conscientiously executed their responsibilities with integrity, honesty, and loyalty. Be it therefore resolved that the Jordan School District Board of Education and District Administration declare appreciation for the outstanding service that was performed in the cause of public education, and hereby express our sorrow at the death of these valued friends. Actually, we only have one tonight, and that is, my eyes aren't working, Louise Mickelson. Thank you. My eyes aren't working, I don't know why. Laureen Mickelson Mark, a teacher at several locations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gosh, my eyes went.
Next, we have recognitions by Board of Education members. We are going to start with Ms. Richards, who has a special recognition tonight for our nutrition service workers.
Yes, tonight the Board of Education would like to recognize and honor an amazing group of school nutrition service managers and their support staff. Throughout the last year and a half, our school nutrition employees have stepped up to a very difficult situation to make sure our students are served nutritious meals each and every day. Much of the time, the meals were served curbside, both breakfast and lunch. We know it was very time-consuming and took a lot of hard work to keep it running smoothly. Nutritious meals were made available to all students, and honestly, not once did I hear a complaint from any of our nutrition service employees. We are presenting a framed certificate of appreciation to each school manager that will hopefully be proudly displayed in the school cafeteria area. We want you to know that you are valued and appreciated for your dedicated service to Jordan School District. We know the great impact you have made and continue to make at our schools. We will ask our District Nutrition Services Director, Jana Cruz, if she will please come up to the podium. And she'll now read the names of the school managers by school as they are presented their certificate by Robin Bullock, who has been so helpful in creating and organizing the recognition certificates. Thank you, Robin and Jana. Those managers who were unable to attend will have their certificates given to them at another time. The board would usually invite each of you to come and shake hands, but in light of the current circumstances, we'll probably just say thank you and wish you the very, very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Board, and specifically Marilyn, for this invitation and opportunity.
Is your microphone on?
An opportunity to publicly thank our managers, for our great managers, all 63 of them, and Robin also for her support. So as a reminder, I only have 3 of my great managers with me tonight. Our managers, reminder for me and everyone here, are at work at 5 in the morning in most cases, and sometimes 6. So we'll excuse them and we will assure that they get their certificates. Their coordinators will take them out to their sites. But with that said, I would like to call up Tricia Mortensen. She is our manager at Eastlake Elementary. And I would like to call up Angela Allen. She is currently the new manager at Bingham High. And during COVID at its height, she was the manager at one of our busiest locations, South Jordan Elementary. So Angela. And I would like to invite up Cynthia Cruz, who is the manager of Valley High combined with River's Edge. Now, if you would bear with me, I would like to just read the names and the schools of all our other 60 managers, and again, publicly thank them for all of us for their work above and beyond the last year and a half. We have Sharon Barlow at Antelope Canyon, Summer Garcia at Aspen Elementary, Greta Valisiloskity at Bastion Elementary, Teresa Frisbee at Black Ridge, Kimberly Matz at Bluffdale Elementary, Regine Berry at Butterfield Canyon, Ann Trujillo at Columbia Elementary, Tina Pinelli at Copper Canyon Elementary, Tanya Elwood at Daybreak Elementary, Julie Coles at Elk Meadows, Tammy Christensen at Falcon Ridge, Sanina Hunt at Foothills, Kathy George at Fox Hollow, Camry Wade at Golden Fields, Lynn Booth at Hayden Peak, Kimberly Stafford at Heartland Elementary, Chris Wall at Harriman Elementary, Sherry Hoffman at Jordan Hills, Lisa Bashford at Jordan Ridge, Christine Accord at Majestic Elementary, Debbie Olson at Midas Creek, Shayna Osman at Monte Vista, Alicia McKendrick at Mountain Point Elementary, Vicki Hansen at Mountain Shadows Elementary, Diane Woodard at Oakcrest, Michelle Strone at Oker L, Susan Bogenschutz at Ridgeview Elementary, Jill Marcus at Riverside L, Audrey Holt at Riverton Elementary, Natalie Barton at Rosamond Elementary, Sherry Moeller at Rose Creek Elementary, Julie Nelson at Silvercrest, Jerry Stevens at South Jordan Elementary, Mindy Kinder at Southland, Margie McDaniel at Terra Linda Elementary, Erica Percival at Welby Elementary, Lori Riley at West Jordan Elementary, Heidi Jones at Westland, Brenda Barnes at Westville Elementary. At our special schools, we have Jennifer Workman at Kari Sue Hamilton, Shelley Rist at South Valley, Joelle Beaton at JATC North, Emily Gates at JATC South. In our middle schools, we have Lori Densley at Copper Mountain Middle, Holly Taylor at Elkridge Middle, Lori Haworth at Fort Harriman Middle, Cheryl Jones at Hidden Valley Middle, Dana Hoppaflush at Joel P. Johnson, Melissa Lloyd at Mountain Creek Middle, Laura Rowley at Oker Hills Middle, Brenda Klodovich at South Hills Middle. We have Susie Leong at South Jordan Middle, Mindy Lewis at Sunset Ridge, Denise Purser at West Hills, Jessica Sprague at West Jordan. And at our high schools, we have Ida Montoya at Copper Hills. We have Jody Bowles at Harriman High. We have Rochelle Maynard at Mountain Ridge High, Tricia Kump at Riverton High. We have Becky Hutchins at West Jordan High. And I just want to, again, thank you all for your support, and to mention also, interesting, the great work of these ladies, many of which in the last 2 years, 30% of our managers are new managers, and 90% of that is just due to we're getting old. So retirement, and so a lot of these managers are new, and they have been troopers. So thank you again.
Jana, we also have a certificate for you and your staff. We so appreciate what you do.
Thank you, Marilyn.
For us. It's just a well-oiled machine over there. I know that. Thank you.
I have a great team. We never stop learning, that's for sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other recognitions by board members? Ms. Atwood.
So I just have been to a couple different events in the past couple weeks. Just wanted to share a couple. First of all, we did as a board hold a retirement dinner for the retirees that retired during the 2021 school year. I would just really like to give a big thank you to Joy McKay, Sandy Reesgraff, and Doug Flagler for all the work that they did in order for it to be a successful night. It really was wonderful to be together with those people, those retirees, and it was a wonderful night. And then I was able to attend the West Jordan High School football game last Friday. The superintendent and I were invited to come to the game to celebrate the opening of the much-needed additional restrooms, ticket booth, concession stands, and storage. The students, coaches, community, and school administrators would like to share a message of gratitude to this board for the wonderful addition to West Jordan High School.
Thank you. It's exciting to see that.
Yeah, it really was. Thank you.
I have one as well. This last week, I had the opportunity to go on a field trip with some 7th graders to the JATC South, right here where we are, and learn so much about the things that happen here and other programs that are available in our district. It was very exciting to me. Those who know me know that it's near and dear to my heart to let the students shine for themselves. And they did. They were the ones who hosted and who spoke, and they served us well and did us proud that day. So little shout out to them.
Anyone else? I was at the Agriculture Day.
Mm-hmm.
I also came to the Agriculture Day one day, and they really did a great job. Our CTAE department did a great job coordinating it, and it was great to see the students, our FFA leaders from different high schools, coming on and teaching those classes, and then also a lot of community partners that were there, and just the opportunity to expose those students to careers they might not otherwise be able to learn about and know about. It was a great event. I was also able to attend Hidden Valley Middle School's Sunrise Salute for Patriots Day. Principal McLeod always does a good job with that. And then afterwards, Mr. Robinson and Ms. Richards and I were able to tour the virtual schools there at the anchor location, at least at Hidden Valley, for the virtual schools. And it was great to see the good work going on there. And then if there was anyone from Rosamond Elementary listening, I finished The Child Whisperer this morning. Their faculty all read that book together and invited me to read also. And it's a great book, a lot to learn about just different kids and how to best meet their needs at homes and in our school system. Okay, Ms. Richards.
I did visit Westvale Elementary's wellness room the other day, and I was really, really pleased to see how far along they are with it. They have a ways to go, but I'm just so happy that so many elementaries are getting these in place and they're well used, so I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, we'll turn the time to Dr. Godfrey for superintendent's recognitions.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to ask for the first portion of my recognition, 3 people to come up to the podium. Anna Fotheringham, a student from West Jordan High School. Stacy Pierce, the teacher specialist over a number of things, including the JPrep program, and then Jane Harward, the consultant over STEM and a number of other things. They both have lots of assignments. As they walk up, I'm going to talk a little bit about Anna. She was involved in a really exciting project. She had a running injury and put the skills that she has developed as a 4th-year Jordan Prep student to the test in creating a system that has sensors that can analyze data from the strikes and cadence in running. And as someone who overpronates but doesn't run very much, I'm very grateful for your work. So she's put that project together. It's called Bottom Line, the Ultimate Foot Analyzer. And not only has she put that together, but she submitted her design for the National Prep Scholars Symposium, where she took 2nd place with that project. Now, that's something judged by college professors, and I know that one of the questions that at least my child asks all the time is, when am I ever going to use this? Well, Anna Fotheringham shows us how you can use this and solve real-world problems and create a project to be very proud of. Now, this is the part where I get emotional. Jordan Prep, the pre-freshman engineering program was the first thing I highlighted as superintendent, the first program I highlighted. And I can't stop talking about it. I was really excited to get to honor Anna in her class. And a lot of people have come together to make this program a success. Stacy Pierce and Jane Harward, chief among them. And Salt Lake Community College has been a great partner. Our schools have really stepped up. So there are many people who have provided opportunities for success. When I went to West Jordan High to honor Anna, it's really fun to walk with Stacy Pierce through a hallway. You get stopped a lot. You get kind of movie star status just by walking by her. She says hi to a lot of people. And you can see the positive impact she's had on a lot of students. Anna, we're very proud of your work. Your family's here too. Can we have them stand up and give them a round of applause? Anna, I'm going to give you a moment to talk a little bit about your project and for Ms. Pierce to talk about J-Prep and the role in providing you this opportunity. But I'm just really excited to highlight you tonight and very proud of the work that you're doing. And I say that you are doing because it's not over.
Yeah, well, thank you. I mean, when I first kind of I was thinking of a project to do, I was like, oh, I've been running track and cross country, and I knew that I was having injuries and stuff, and I was like, is there a way I can fix this and everything? And I had Stacy and a lot of other people that were there to help me to come up with ideas. I had my parents that helped me to figure out what would be the best thing to come up with. So that's where I came up with my bottom line foot analyzer. And I think it's great because it kind of relates to runners and even more athletes, because not just runners, I mean in soccer, basketball, and all sorts of stuff. You're running, and I know I have friends in basketball and stuff that get shin splints too and stuff, and it sucks when all that injuries happen. So I just thought it was a great idea to kind of come up with ideas that were a sensor could just find the best impact the most impact from your foot to then you can upload it onto your computer or phone and see how to fix it. So I thought it was super cool, and I'm just thankful that I had all the people at Jordan Prep and everybody to help me to come up with everything and just help me put it together. So yeah.
Great work.
So we got Anna when she was done with 6th grade. And for 4 summers, she spent 6 weeks with us, working hard with homework. And so it's a very rigorous academic program, and it basically prepares our students to solve real world problems. We're so proud of her and her accomplishments. We hope she'll enter it into the STEM fair, the school STEM fair, and continue to develop it, as well as some entrepreneurial opportunities that can lead to scholarships up to $60,000. So we're hoping all of our prep kids continue to develop their projects. We'll be taking them over to Salt Lake Community College their junior and senior years, and they'll end up graduating with an engineering technology certification at the end of their high school career. So we're very proud of all of our Jordan Prep schools and students, and very thankful to you for your support of the Jordan Prep program, but she's a rock star.
Ms. Harward.
All I can say is it takes amazing people who care about kids. And if you have an open invitation at any time to come to prep in the summer, and as soon as you feel it, you'll believe it. It is a tangible feeling that you can explain and describe the program at ad nauseam, but until you feel it, it's pretty powerful. And we just look forward to growing it and continuing to provide more students the opportunity. So thank you for your support. We really appreciate it.
Thanks. Thanks to both of you for your hard work, and Anna, congratulations on a job well done. Next, we have a presentation from the Jordan Education Foundation. Our director, Mike Haynes, is here, and he'll introduce Tyler Pettit, our immediate past president. And I'm really grateful for their work. We had the annual meeting this month. It's a meeting that I always look forward to because we're able to celebrate what we have accomplished to this point as a foundation and look forward to the path ahead. And that path ahead always leads to tremendous support for our employees, for our teachers, and for our students and families, and an incredible gathering of community resources and helpers to really lift up the work that we do as a district and to meet those varied needs of students and families in our district, as well as teachers and employees. So it's a wonderful group, and it's exciting to celebrate them and hear from them tonight. So I'll ask Mr. Haynes to take it from here.
Thank you, Dr. Godfrey. I think everybody deserves an introduction from Dr. Godfrey. They're always the best. So thank you. My name is Mike Haynes, the director of the Jordan Education Foundation, and it's an honor to be here today to talk to you about what we have accomplished over the last year as a foundation, the last calendar year beginning July of 2020 through June 21. So our foundation, you know, is made up of volunteer board members of about 25 and a few staff that help facilitate it all. And through that effort, we're able to get out and work with the community, raise donations, and we'd like to report on kind of some things that we did this last year. Like Dr. Godfrey mentioned, our immediate past president, Tyler Pettit, was our president during this calendar year, and he's here to help introduce some of those highlights.
Thanks, Mike, and it's good to see you all again. It's been a few months since I last came and visited, so thank you. I just thought I would share a few highlights, like Mike mentioned, and I think he sent you a packet that you can view on your computers that illustrates a few of these things, but I thought I would read a message that I put together for our board members and for our annual, report. And I thought I'd read a few parts of it because anyways. Our vision for the Jordan Education Foundation, it says, Jordan Education Foundation engages the community to provide resources to enhance educational opportunities, strengthen students, and fuel success in Jordan School District. This vision statement, which was formally adopted by the foundation roughly 3 years ago, has been in full force the past 2 school years. There was no way to truly plan for what we were going to experience in 2020 and 2021, yet we adapted and found ways to still accomplish so much good within the community. From Outstanding Educator Awards, Christmas for Kids, teacher grants, principal pantries, hygiene kits, I could go on and on. Although they may have been adjusted for how we were able to do things, it was through the efforts of the Jordan Education Foundation board members and volunteers across the community that as a foundation we were able to move on and accomplish things without missing a beat. As we all know, some things didn't go as planned. We had to pause for some things. We had to dramatically alter certain events. Before the pandemic started, we were excited to have I think it was the 5th or 6th annual challenge run, which the year prior had almost 1,500 people participate in, and we were excited to have that. We were hoping to have that resume in this spring of 2022. And we had to pause our donor appreciation luncheon, the economic summit, and several other events, including our banquet that we do each year. But there were some highlights, and I wanted to point those out to you. A couple critical areas, and Marilyn, you mentioned one, which was wellness centers. We've been able to, through various donors throughout the community, gather funds to be able to help fund some of those wellness centers within the school district, as well as build the STEM, a STEM program that we're working with. I just want to point out that it's not without the dedication of several people. I am a representative of the board, but there are 25, I think, other volunteers who take time out of their professional careers, their time with their families and at home to serve in the community and volunteer. So I just thought I'd point out a few things for last year, some highlights. We received over $1 million in donor contributions. And might I add that you, board members, are also among those donor contributors, and we greatly appreciate your donations and support to the foundation. We received nearly $500,000 in in-kind donations, which represents food for the principal's pantry, clothing, school supplies, hygiene products, and various other things to benefit schools and students within our schools. When we look at these donations over the past 6 years, 5 years, 6, we've had an increase nearly every single year, and it's something that as a board we are very proud of, seeing that the resources being able to provide to the students across the district, the teachers, some administrators, and support staff. We love to see the community come together and help support us as a broad group. Just as a note, a few years ago we received a large donation from the owner of Real Salt Lake in the form of real estate, which is currently held in a real estate trust, and that entity also produces a dividend of an income stream each year. The value of that at one point, at the beginning of it, was about $1 million. He's since donated a little bit more, but now is well over $2 million in value and produces a nice income stream that helps support the programs that we do. But just a couple of things to note, some of the programs that have benefited. Classroom grants this last year, over $230,000 that went into the classrooms directly through the classroom grant program. Over $80,000 to the principal pantry, $95,000 plus to the STEM program, almost nearly $25,000 to wellness rooms. I'm not going to name them all, but over $50,000 to outstanding educator awards. We have amazing educators in this district, as you know, and we love to see money going into those classrooms. But those ones particularly are for them to take home so that they can enjoy them for themselves. Christmas for Kids, which we were able to help 464 middle school and high school age students have a Christmas. There was nearly $70,000 in donations that went to help that program. In all, we gave out 841 classroom grants, and I think and then we awarded 63 outstanding educators. And the last thing I'll point out, just because I think it's important to note, is the foundation last year, and I think this is a signal of what a great community we live in. We had 735 unique donors, new donors to the foundation. We live in a great community of people that truly support the people around us that we live around. And as someone that serves on this board, it's an honor to serve on the Jordan Education Foundation, but it's also an honor to live in a community of people that truly care about others. And so that's all I want to share. Appreciate your support and all that you guys do to help us. Dr. Godfrey, appreciate your support as well. Thank you.
I just want to say our volunteer board members are fantastic. Tyler is a volunteer. You've been with the board for 7 or 8 years volunteering, and their terms are 3 years long, and it seems more often than not that board members are like, can I stay another 3 years and do this? Because the work is very rewarding, and this impact report really is showing the impact that we're trying to make and have made with students, teachers, administrators throughout the district, and we hope to continue to do so and do it even in a larger way. So thank you so much for your support and all you do to continue the work that we're all heavily involved in and seeing results. It's a great district, and we're proud to be a part of it and support of it. Thank you again.
Thank you both for being here tonight and for your great work. Those metrics are very important. They can't measure the true human impact and the ripple effect that is created by all of those donations and all of those projects, and just the interaction and support that it just means the world to our families and employees. I've seen that firsthand many times. So thanks a million for all that you both do and for that everyone with the foundation does. So thank you.
For sure. Thank you. And for those of you that are here or listening and want to learn more about the foundation, you can go to the Jordan Education Foundation website to learn about their events, make a donation. You can volunteer for Christmas for Kids, which is coming up and is a great opportunity. Just very grateful for all that the foundation does for our district. Thank you. Next, we have comments by elected officials. I saw Representative Pulsifer here. Welcome.
Good evening. It's great to be here. It's always great to be here with you. I wanted to share tonight with you something that I thought you'd find interesting, and maybe some of you are aware of this, but you may not be, but it's fascinating to me. And you know, for the last 10 years, Jordan School District has been struggling to accommodate the growth that has come to this district. So I thought it was so interesting when of course, we're doing redistricting as you are, and I thought it was so interesting when I saw the numbers. So like you take the total population and divide it by the number of board members. Well, we take the total population in the state and divide it by 75, because there's 75 members of the House of Representatives. And then every House member is supposed to have 1/75 of the population. So then there's a calculation to see how many were over that ideal number and how many were under. And so, of course, the House districts that are over are the ones that have had the most substantial growth. So the House district that has grown the most, has the most growth, is, not surprisingly, Eagle Mountain and Saratoga Springs, down just south of us. Number 2 is House District 52, Representative Perucci, which is Harriman and the west side of Riverton. The number 2 most populated, overgrowth. Number 3 is a House District in the west side of Lehigh, which that's not surprising. Number 4 is House District 42, which is Representative Tushers, which is the west side of West Jordan and the west side of South Jordan. So not too surprising there either. Number 5 is a district down in Washington County. And this one, number 6, shocked me. Number 6 is House District 50. Mine. And I was quite surprised because, you know, I am the east side of South Jordan. And when I saw that number, I recalled the many times when I was on the board that I said, we're going to have another school over here. And, and everyone said, no, that's the east side of South Jordan. But we were growing even on the east side of South Jordan, as you know, and you've worked hard to try to help that situation. And then so I'm number 6 out of 75, number 6. And then number 7 is in Utah County. Number 8 is House District 41, Mark Strong, Bluffdale, and Riverton. So the top 8 out of 75, 4 are in Jordan School District area boundary. So I think you can see why it's been a challenge to keep up with and meet the growth. I appreciate what you've done. You've done a great job, and I appreciate how hard you work for our students, and again, to meet the needs and the growth in this area. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we appreciate your leadership when you were on the board here. You've left us in a good position to be able to address that growth. So thank you. Were there any other elected officials here? Okay. We'll next turn to our patron comment period. We as a board appreciate the opportunity to hear from our patrons during this comment period. We will take public comment on items not listed on the agenda. We have several items actually on the agenda that will have their own public comment period as we get to them. But I think everyone that's signed up is not related to those. So we have allocated 45 minutes, up to 45 minutes for patron comments. Each person will be given 3 minutes. We have 13 people that have signed up, so we should be able to get everybody through if everyone will stick to their 3-minute allocation. Board members, we did not get any emailed comments in this time. And then just as a reminder, the board will not take public comment on personnel issues or statements regarding the character, professional competence, and the physical or mental health of an individual during board meetings. If you have concerns about a specific employee, we ask that you email us or talk to us separately about that. So first up, we have Mercedes Grindstaff, and then after Mercedes is Kaya Stipanov. I'm sorry if I say names wrong. Mercedes.
So I'm Mercedes Grindstaff, and I'm a parent in Jordan School District. Haven't spoken publicly for a while, so here we go. The Second Step program being taught in our district is being disguised as a social emotional learning, but it is a harmful and hidden agenda. Many years ago, I worked on a behavior unit with a school. As a social service worker, I taught social skills as a part of these children's special education and IEP plans. We had to have parents sign documentation allowing us to teach these items to their children. This was also taught with a team of social workers, special education teachers, therapists, and psychiatrists all on site. That's not what's happening. This is being taught across the board in regular education settings. When there are particular students that are having challenges, paying attention with anxiety, aggression, depression, etc., that should be taken case by case and should include the parent. It should not be taught as a blanket for every child. While I realize in a school setting there will need to be some redirection between student interactions, that's much different than setting aside specific times for kids to learn about a variety of topics that should be coming from home instead of school. Right on the Second Step website, there are topics that include anti-racism, anti-bias resources, including CRT and BLM rhetoric, LGBTQ. When I look today, some of these topics that were there before are hidden and harder to find. That tells me that there's some backpedaling going on with this curriculum, and there's a problem with it. These topics are all highly politicized and have no place in our schools. These are topics that should be taught at home only. My daughter's school has been amazing to work with, and when I asked her school about Second Steps, I was given access to the teacher side as well, so I was able to look at any and all lesson plans. What I saw was the lower grades are taught things like focusing, doing their best, etc. Sounds harmless, right? No. I saw them teaching compliance. My takeaway from this is that the Second Step program tends to fluff up the material while the kids are young so that when they get into the upper grades, they comply and feel as if what they're learning is good and appropriate. It's like a frog in a boiling water. Teaching children at any age that their parents should not be involved with their decision-making, demeaning the family unit, teaching racism, even if it's labeled anti-racism, or any kind of sexual preference, including pronouns or feelings of a different sexual nature, is absolutely inappropriate for teachers to be teaching. School is for learning how to read, write, do math, science, and all of the basic things that we all learned in school. So instead of teaching every child some sort of blanket social emotional learning, how's about we bring back cursive so our children can read the Constitution? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Oh, I also forgot to mention too that when you do get to the podium, if you will state your name so that we make sure we have the right person on record.
My name is Kea Stepano, and I get that pronounced that way every time, so you're good. Okay. I'm a parent in the Harriman School District, out in Harriman in the Jordan School District. And I have some concerns also about the public school curriculum, or the lack thereof of actual education being taught in our schools. I do not, as a parent, want anyone teaching my child through emotions. No one should be teaching anyone else how to feel or have emotions about any subject, except that child's parent or guardian, period. Values are to be taught in the home. That is what our founding fathers believed, and what self-government is based upon. If you do not want religion taught in the schools, then you should have a huge problem with emotional feeling being taught in them, because that sounds to me like being more detrimental to our society than an infringement upon parental rights than religion being taught in schools. If the teachers are not trained psychologists, then are the children being taught that teacher's opinions? If there are people in our district that do not want to teach their children values or emotions, that is their parental right. That is not the job of the state, government, or public schools to do that. I looked on the website as well for secondstep.org for middle schoolers, as that is the age of my son. And it states on the front page, effective learning for today's middle schoolers. Well, if teaching emotional-based curriculum is so effective, why is teen suicide on the rise? I would be interested to see if there is a correlation to the beginning of this kind of curriculum and the rise in teen suicide, especially in our district. In Unit 2, for middle schoolers, it says, quote, students learn to recognize bullying and harassment, stand up safely to bullying, and respond appropriately to harassment. I do not want my child or anyone's child learning to always look for harassment or how they are being wronged in some form for the remainder of their lives. This is not healthy at all. And I was taught that you will see what you are looking for. I want my child to see the beauty in all things, and that is what I will teach them at home. But I will not stand, and neither should you, for a child to be constantly searching for the negative in their lives. I strongly believe that this will lead to a life of anxiety and depression and possibly suicide. Public schools should be teaching facts. That is all they were intended for. This is one republic under God. Teach them the national anthem. Have them recite it every day. Anyone who feels oppressed over this can be reminded of the country that they live in and the foundation of how this flag and country came to be. And if they do not like it, there is obviously open borders and they are free to go wherever they choose. Please teach the children math, English, science, and for God's sakes, true American history and civics. I actually brought some amazing books, one of them by our legislator, Steve Christensen. David Barton, he has YouTube videos that they can watch under 20 minutes, every single video about true American history. And this is a great one because a lot of amazing people, black people in our history have been taken out of the schools. This is literally the answer to the CRT problem. And I have been paying into the Jordan School District for 16 plus years with my property taxes, and every year those taxes have gone up. I do not mind it when it is intended for public education, but this kind of stuff in the SEL and Second Step is not educational at all. It is indoctrination. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Nicole Christofferson, followed by Kirsten Glenn. And Nicole, are you the one that had the written material that you turned in to Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Okay, that has been forwarded to all board members. So board members, you have that email so that you have access to that information.
Okay, and I have it on here too, I think. Is it?
We've just provided that to the board members. We don't typically show it on the screen. We just ask that written materials be given to board members.
Okay. Okay. Okay, well, with or without the images, a warning, Nicole Christofferson, I always forget.
Thank you, thanks.
A warning to any parents with children here, some of this may not be considered appropriate for them. I, in collaboration with a couple other parents, have spent hours and hours going through the videos, slides, and suggested links in Second Step. This slide, the first one you're seeing, is from the 8th grade curriculum, Unit 4, Lesson 25. I blacked out the copyright stuff, but it recommends we visit loveisrespect.org. We start with the warnings on the homepage, a note for kids to clear their history when they're done here, as well as a tip in case they need to quickly exit the website. Under the About Dating pages, we scroll down to 5 tips for your first time. Remember that this curriculum, and through their endorsement, this school board is recommending this to 13-year-olds. What our children learn here is that, quote, your first time might not be perfect, but the good news is that sex of any kind can get better with time and experience. The feeling safe during sex section tells kids enthusiasm about intimacy can also spill over into enthusiasm about the relationship as a whole. So be a blabbermouth, as Scarlettine calls it. As I considered the ramifications for a 13-year-old who may have consented to having sex but didn't consent to the entire school knowing about their private experience, I frantically searched for the word don't, as in don't be a blabbermouth. Unfortunately, for the social and emotional well-being of the 13-year-old in my head, that word is nowhere to be found. But it links us to the Scarlettine website for advice. Maybe this will help. On the homepage, we see the most prominent button, how to access a safe, self-managed medical abortion. Below that, we find recent advice on everything from dealing with troublesome pubic hairs to how to perform every sex act under the sun. I'll share this question as it's mild enough to not make me blush in public. Is something wrong with me because I like BDSM? In case you aren't aware, BDSM stands for bondage, domination, submission, and masochism. There's this advice in response to someone seeking information on the pro-life organization Birthright. We don't have links to the organization Birthright because we have a pro-choice policy here. This site supports a woman's choice unless preserving her baby's life is the choice she wants to make. All of this is in direct violation to Utah State Code 53G-10-403. I'm sure you're familiar with it. In one of her books, author, educator, and practicing pediatric physician Dr. Meg Meeker discusses the findings on teens and sexual activity. These findings consistently reveal that depression is the most common sexually transmitted disease among teens. Second Step encourages engagement in something that is widely agreed by medical professionals to damage our children's emotional health. I'd like to suggest that we follow in the responsible footsteps of Canyon School District. Stop using Second Steps and create our own curriculum that truly supports our children's social and emotional well-being and doesn't violate the laws of our state. In collaboration with parents and teachers, our trained and experienced school psychologists can create a curriculum that would actually benefit our children and our community. This is just one lesson that I've shared tonight, but I'd also like to suggest that you view the videos, slides, and links in the lessons on sexual harassment and flirting, as well as the gender-based harassment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kirsten Glenn, followed by Deborah Carlson.
Hi, Kirsten Glenn.
This month at our elementary school community council, I got to see the Second Step curriculum that labels parents as roadblocks. Fortunately, we have a principal who listens to parents' concerns about the SEL curriculum and is researching the lessons and providing more transparency for parents. So even though our elementary school kids only get SEL about once every 8 days for 15 minutes, these lessons can still be very impactful on our children. Parents should not be labeled as roadblocks. Parents are guardrails to keep our kids from going off the road. Roadblocks is a very negative word that undermines parents and the important role that we play and encourages students to disregard the wisdom and judgment because it will hold them back, when often the opposite is true. Parents love and nurture their children. They desire to see them reach their full potential. Why would a program seeking to develop a child's social and emotional well-being pit a child against its parent? Now, I'm going to play the remarks from the Canyons superintendent, who is putting Second Steps on hold in the Canyons district.
Social emotional learning really is about supporting their wellness, whether it's trust, respect, or unity. It's very important that we continue to support that. However, as we've noted recently, we continue to find in our Second Steps curriculum being used in Canyon School District schools, which is supported by many, also has links and other information that may not meet our community's expectations or our needs. And so tonight at this time, I'd like to announce an administrative recommendation to discontinue the use of Second Steps in Canyon School District unless otherwise directed by the board, and replace it with another social emotional learning curriculum with our own curriculum to be developed in-house. Now, I recognize this is not on the agenda tonight, and so I would recommend that this is on hold until October 5th, and the board can have a more full discussion and administration can present to you options in the interim, because I recognize the importance that we provide that support to our students until that curriculum can be fully developed through the rest of the school year. And hopefully, for me, I would intend that we're able to kick off our own curriculum by the end of winter break or early January. So with that, I don't know.
So I know Ochre Hills Middle School is in fact writing their own SEL curriculum, and they're doing it based on the needs of their school, and they're looking at information in real time, and I hope we can do that for all of the schools in the Jordan District. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah, followed by Tiff Dodge.
Hello, my name's Deborah Carlson. I'm a grandparent. I'm not an other generation, as is blatantly stated in this Second Step SEL panorama. I don't adhere to Nancy Pelosi and her non-pronouns. I'm a grandmother. I'm a wife. I'm a mom. And I'm not another generation. I have wisdom that I have learned through the life of teaching, of hard knocks, of mistakes, but not blatant, insidious indoctrination. I lived through the 70s as a teenager. I know what it's like to be a hippie and a flower child and Woodstock and all that great stuff that isn't so great, but it is mild compared to what you are allowing to have happen in these kids' lives. I implore you, are you interested in being a member of a school board, or do you just like sitting up there on your little pulpits acting like you're doing something that's really wonderful? I listen to what comes through here with these wonderful opportunities for kids and how you highlight them. This is a battle between good and evil, between Satan and God, and I will be a warrior for my Father in heaven. What are you going to be? Every one of you have an obligation to protect these children, to honor their parents and their grandparents, and forget about the other generations and these pronouns of its. And the heinous teachings that are not even insidious anymore. They're blatant. You have every single school district in every single state, from preschool through 12th grade, masturbation. Oh, well, let's teach you about that. You're 4 years old. You should know all about it. Oh, well, you're in 10th grade. Well, I think that we should have an assignment without telling your parents. I want you to write an essay on the most sexually explicit thing that you can write. What is wrong with us? Why do we stand for this? Why do you not look into the curriculums that you are authorizing our children to be taught? How dare you? I've got 17 seconds. I'll close by Edmund Burke. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. I won't do nothing.
Okay, we'll have Tiff followed by Jennifer Chipman.
My name is Tiff Dodge. I've been an employee in Jordan District for 8 years now. I just want to share my perspective with you as a teacher and what I see going on, not with SEL, but perhaps related. We have a modesty problem. And to be concise, I'm going to read a prepared statement for you. Some say modesty is subjective, that is determined by personal and religious beliefs, but I contend to that argument. The root of the English word modest comes from the Latin word modestus, which means keeping within measure. Most modern definitions now say it is a disinclination to call attention to oneself, free from showiness or ostentation, unpretentious. By these definitions, modesty becomes quite objective. We can measure the amount of attention one receives, and to the contrary, we can also measure the lack of attention one receives. We've been hearing arguments about the distractive nature of immodest clothing for decades or more, and are we aware, however, that the lackadaisical enforcement of dress code has now caused immodesty to have a contrary effect in our classroom? Are we aware that there are innumerable teachers, male and female, who are now so uncomfortable in our own classrooms due to the level of student stress or lack thereof that they are avoiding making eye contact with students? That they limit their interactions with those students to protect themselves? And are we aware that we have employees who fear that the attention or gaze that we give our students will be misconstrued as an inappropriate advance? Immodesty is no longer an issue of drawing unwanted attention, it's an issue of diverting positive attention. Another perspective to consider, based on self-reported data, 70% of young men have viewed pornography for 30 minutes consecutively at least once a month. 35% of them have done it on 10 consecutive occasions. 10% recognize they have an addiction. Exposure to immodest images is often a trigger to divulge in such habits, and we know from brain mapping studies that pornography addiction has the same detrimental physical impact on the brain as usage of cocaine. Looking at young men only, noting that young women are rising in this impact also, we can assume that the school I teach at has at least 130 students, 130 young men addicted to pornography, and 130 young men who are being subjected to images daily that may be driving them further into their addiction. As a taxpayer-funded entity which requires these young adults to attend school, we are acting without integrity by not strictly enforcing a dress code, one that neither allows distractive attention by students nor removes positive attention from them. We do not allow alcohol, drugs, or vaping on our premises, yet daily we are allowing youth to dress in a way that is having a negative impact on them, their peers, and their teachers. We provide free meals to students to make sure their physical needs are met before they come into the classroom, but in the same breath, we are creating a barrier for many and disregarding their needs entirely. We do not need a reworded dress code. We need a dress code to be enforced. Expectations not enforced become merely suggestions, and we do not lead, educate, and inspire simply by suggesting it. We teach it, we model it, and we expect it. It should matter not if societal norms change. Public education was never meant to conform. We were meant to inform and reform society. And if teachers cannot comfortably interact, and if peers are distracted or distressed by the environment around them, and if students cannot focus on the educational task at hand because they're fidgeting to keep themselves minimally clothed, that is a problem. And my dear board members, who I respect so dearly for what you do, we have a major problem. And I hope that you can recognize that and help us resolve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer, followed by Heather Hartle.
Hi, my name's Jennifer Chipman. There are many things impacting our communities and children these days. It's exciting and encouraging to see so many great programs bloom, grow, and continue to fill the gaps and support communities and children in need. A handful were recognized today. Thank you for the good, but we have some gaps. Education in Utah is a three-legged stool. The child, the school system, and the parents and family. Now more than ever, we need to stay aligned, which doesn't mean agree, but it does require respect. I believe a majority of the school system employees, staff, etc., are well-intended. I worry a bit we might be forgetting how critical and powerful the parent/family is to the stability of our stool. Websites teaching our kids to clear history is a blatant example of disrespect. There are great resources to help support the needs and build our children. We must stay vigilant in not allowing the evil and degrading materials to use the rails we've built to support our community and children, the rails that our children trust. I've seen that happening more and more, and the very negative impact is impacting our children. So I would ask the question, what impact does it have on our children and our community when evil or dangerous material is offered through these trusted sources? Our teachers, our schools, are trusted sources to our children. As parents, we are encouraging our children to trust these sources. Do you want, we heard about, and I forget who shared it, but we heard today about a website that Second Step is referring our children to in 8th grade about how to have a chemical abortion. Do you want your 13-year-old having a tonsillectomy without you, let alone an abortion? That is a medical procedure that they need our moral, our physical, all the support that they can get. And we're teaching them how to do it without a parent's involvement. We're offering them resources. So I would ask the question, whose job is it to vet the curriculum? How is this curriculum getting put in front of our children? Whose job is it to vet it? And it's not the parent's job. By the time it gets to the parent, it's too late. Our children have likely already seen it. And my next question is, who approves it and who's liable when it has a negative impact on our children? Thank you.
Thank you. Heather, followed by Rebecca Gillespie.
My name is Heather Hartle, and I am here to address the SEL curriculum. So I'm not sure if we really understand what is at the core of this. First of all, teachers are not therapists, and they are not psychologists. Politics, sexual identity, values need to stay solely in the parents' hands. Groupthink and a collective agenda is dangerous and unacceptable. I will not be labeled as a roadblock to my own children. Surveying children in their emotions, their likes, dislikes, responses, group behavior, amount of time it takes for them to complete problems, and digitally tracking them through their curriculum is actually called data mining. When third-party apps are being utilized by teachers, these students are having online profiles created on them. They are tracked until they graduate, and then their data will be sold off when they reach 18. For lack of a better term, our children are essentially being pimped out by the district. My question is, if the district had a surplus in the millions, why on earth are we not creating our own private apps for teachers to utilize? Because we certainly have the knowledge, the skill, and the money to do it, to protect our children. The inquiry into children's emotional and social learning is very manipulative at its core. There's a reason they will use that information later. Who created SEL? Do you know? Who is funding it? Do you know? Who is giving you money to implement it? If you can't answer all of those questions, you need to be able to. Were you unaware of all of the hidden curriculum within and why this was approved without a fine-tooth comb inspection? This is a derelict of duty and responsibility. Some of the links within these modules are shocking with propaganda and manipulative agenda. Have you looked through each of them and seen all of the videos? My guess is no. What is the ultimate goal, and what are the metrics being used to measure that goal? Do we actually know, or are we just accepting money and just doing it anyway? Canyons District has put it on hold and will vote to stop its use in October. Let us follow that lead and protect our most vulnerable. Ultimately, this whole thing is a well-dressed pig. You can put lipstick on a pig and parade it around to make it look pretty, but at the end of the day, it's a pig. The goal of school should be to learn hard academics, math, history, reading, science, music, and art. Sometimes the way forward is actually the way back. Let's go back to the core subjects and keep the focus there and keep the parents front and center. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca, followed by Christy Scholl.
Hello, I'm Rebecca Gillespie. I'm a parent in Jordan District. I have kids in middle school and elementary school and preschool, so I'll be here for a while. I would also like to discuss the social emotional learning and the content that's coming up there. I have done my best to opt my kids out of as much crap as I can because I tend to have views that are different than a lot of people, which I'm okay with. I'm fine with people having whatever views they want. I just don't want them put onto my kid and said, this is the correct answer and this is the not correct answer. As the parent, I would like to choose that when it's a subjective topic. And just to give you some experiences that I have had personally, last year, my sixth grader, who's now in seventh grade, ended the year 70 lessons behind in math. 70 lessons behind. That was their whole entire class. And so I was curious what was happening, because we weren't really allowed into the classroom. What were they doing instead that we were 70 lessons behind? Luckily for me, I figured that out, and I intervened as a parent, and I tried to notify as many other parents. Eventually, I ended up pulling my child out and having him only go to school for Spanish and not for English because of that situation, because I had the opportunity to do that. I know other parents don't have that opportunity. Also, so that was a major issue to me. If we aren't even getting through the basic math curriculum and we're setting our seventh graders up to fail math because they're 70 lessons behind, why do we have anything extra? We've lost a lot of educational time in the last couple of years due to things that are outside of our control. This is something we can control. Another experience, my humongous eighth grader, who everybody thinks he's older than he is, he's 5'11", just huge, comes home the other day and sits on the couch after school and cries because he was shown a video in school that rocked him. Rocked him. It hurt him in his heart. He has a special place for certain things, which I know as his parent, that no teacher knows. And it might have been appropriate for other kids, but it had nothing to do with the curriculum of the subject he was in. Not a darn thing to do with Spanish language. And he cried, and I had to intervene because this teacher's not prepared to understand what's affecting my child. They're not trained, and when they're given these things to show kids, they don't know what to look for. And my son is for sure not going to break down in front of all the other kids. So please, recognize that. The teachers are not prepared, and they don't know our kids well enough to be teaching some of these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Christy, followed by Amy Egbert.
Hi, my name is Christy Scholl. I'm a parent in the Jordan School District. I have a high schooler, a middle schooler, and a preschooler, so I also am going to be involved for quite a while. And I, along with the other parents, would like to echo my concern with the SEL program. I have to admit, I am just starting to research this program, but what I have learned so far, I'm very concerned about. A few weeks ago, my ninth grader had to take a biology, in her biology class, take an SEL assessment, and that's what kind of piqued my interest in it, and I started to do some research. I just wanted to read something I found. This is from their website that's concerning to me. It says, the concept of transformative SEL is a means to better articulate the potential of SEL to mitigate the educational, social, and economic inequities that derive from the interrelated legacies of racialized cultural oppression in the United States and globally. It goes on to say, transformative SEL represents an as yet underutilized approach that SEL researchers and practitioners can use if they seek to effectively address issues such as power, privilege, prejudice, discrimination, social justice, empowerment, and self-determination. In essence, we argue that for SEL to adequately serve those from undeserved communities and promote the optimal development outcomes for all children, youth, and adults, it must cultivate in them the knowledge, attitudes, and skills required for critical examination and collaborative action to address root causes of inequities. So several words just in this paragraph of their website were concerning. The word equity concerns me as opposed to equality, which equality is what our country was founded upon, individual opportunity versus equity. That concerned me. There's also rhetoric in there that promotes, I feel that it promotes a socialist agenda. And I, again, have not finished researching the SEL program, but I am starting to understand that it's supportive of LGBTQ spectrum and encouraging those ideas in the children, almost suggesting to them that maybe they should be, a different gender. I believe that anything social or emotional should be taught in the home with the parents and not in the schools, absolutely not in the schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy, followed by Rebecca Colley.
I want to start out by thanking each of you for being here today. My name is Amy Egbert, and I am a mother of 5 in the Jordan School District. I value public schools and what you have to offer. My family has had a positive experience in the Jordan School District, and I truly appreciate what each of you do to contribute to the education of all our children. 2020 really shook me up. The pandemic hit, which led to me homeschooling, and 2 days later I was woken up by an earthquake. I know this time of isolation and uncertainty has been hard on the students as well and in this district, and I can see there is a need to teach our children resilient tools through social emotional learning. In my opinion, Second Step is not the way to do that. Second Step has some good tools that it teaches children. It teaches them conflict resolution, managing emotions, and setting goals. It has been taught for years, and it is well loved by many teachers. However, in 2020, CASEL implemented transformative SEL. With the implementation of transformative SEL came the conflation of social emotional learning with CASEL's ideology. Their agenda is so deeply embedded into this curriculum, I do not see how we can unravel the two in order to maintain a politically neutral classroom. I know that Canyon School District has Second Step on hold at this time due to growing concerns over what is in the curriculum. I know that one of the key concerns was the sexual content introduced through discussions and websites. Just as concerning as that to me, is the ideology that is taught to my children that will be judged on their content of their identity and not their character. In the middle school, in the harassment unit, all their examples of harassment are specific to identity: race, gender, religion, and sexuality. Because of that, that is literally how they define harassment in the 7th grade curriculum. Harassment is aggression against someone based on real or perceived characteristics that they have, such as race, religion, sex, or gender. I will share one specific example. One boy is teased by 2 other boys because he was being benched during a baseball game. The students are then asked, is this harassment? And then they are taught, it is not harassment. They are not being mean to Kevin because of who he is, like his race or gender. It is because he is getting benched. This is one specific example. However, this is a pattern that is repeated in 2nd step curriculum. I want to ask you to look into the digital online content of this curriculum and see for yourself the patterns that are woven throughout it. My hope is that we will choose a curriculum that teaches our children that they are judged by the content of their character, behavior, and merit, not the color of their skin, gender, sexuality, or religion. The curriculum of 2nd step will teach mental health, that will not teach mental health. This will spread mental sickness. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca, followed by Stacy Peterson.
Hello, Rebecca Colley. I'm going to email you with these questions, so I'm just going to tell everyone what I'm going to be asking. First, who is responsible for monitoring and going through all the changes in the curriculum every year? Is it fair to assume teachers have reported their concerns about the 2nd step propaganda and that the district has ignored them? If we as parents and grandparents are to believe our child's and grandchildren's teachers love them and are concerned about them, and have seen filth like has been described to you tonight in our district's curriculum, where are they? Why have they not said anything? Or have they? Why are you, the board who receive pay through our tax dollars, not doing a deep dive into this and apparently swallowing whatever is spoon-fed? Does it have anything to do with the amount of federal dollars? Why is this falling on the shoulders of voters and parents who are spending an inordinate amount of time doing this review? Several of us, parents and grandparents, who are going to the schools and looking at the programs. One of you publicly drugged Mr. Crowley from the Canyon School District through the mud on this topic. Mr. Crowley has the respect and gratitude of thousands of parents across this state. He read the written curriculum and he knew it was evil. He spent the hours and hours, if he would have spent the hours and hours to review all of the curriculum like we as parents and grandparents are committed to do, I think he would have uncovered and exposed a lot more than what he did. 2nd step, CRT, SEL, it all functions just like a religion. What does this subtle brainwashing of self-hatred being taught to our children accomplish other than cultural capital? Woke is the Puritanism of this very Hegelian religion of SEL, CRT, and 2nd step, or we can call it what it is, Marxism. The puritanical impulse has rearisen in another faith, and it is a different God. Actually, it is godless. It does not have grace at all. And so where we Christians can hearken back to grace, that doesn't exist with 2nd step. And as the child progresses year after year through the 30 subject matter every year, it appears benign early on. But what happens in this cult? Well, you only have one option. You buy indulgences, and that's what we find here. Another extortion coming down the pike. They extort our children's virtue, our children's confidence, their sense of self-worth, and places them against their guardians or parents, and even their grandparents. They force children to play games like the privilege walk, to learn what white privilege is and to be ashamed because of their birth circumstances. This just happened just last week at Mountain Ridge High School. The CRT Second Step cult is going to force you to buy indulgences because there is no grace to rest in. There is only the institution. And because there is no grace, the I at the end of history, in history with a capital H, in the way that Hegel and Marx would have used it, is the moral judge for them in their cult. There is no appealing to that. There's either being on the right side or being on the wrong side. So in the meantime, the cathedral of sorts that you are building in this district will sell indulgences, and that's what you see. Take up this diversity training, pay us millions of dollars, and all of a sudden, you know, you're good until, whoops, you're not good. Pay us another $1 million. And, oh, why don't you give up your board seat or maybe your CEO position to somebody who's one of us? And you have to give up another indulgence. And that's the process that we're actually seeing. This is a cult. It's being built, in a sense, of the sale of indulgences that will never end. Please do not buy into it. Protect our children of this garbage. Get it out of Jordan School District and begin to look at the alternatives that have been brought to you by parents and teachers who are really doing their homework. Thank you.
My name is Stacy Peterson. I'm a mother and a grandmother, and like many of those who have spoken tonight, when I heard about Mr. Crawley, I sent myself to the district. I've been there for probably 9 days in the last month, poring over. I started with the 8th grade curriculum, and I've been through all of it. I have looked at every teacher training video. I have looked at every lesson plan that's given to the teachers, every student handout that's sent home to the students, every lesson, which is kind of like a PowerPoint with videos and cartoons and slides. I've looked at it all, and it is so concerning to me. There is this overcurrent or undercurrent of race, of gender fluidity, of power and privilege, of anti-family and collectivism. It is everywhere. And so it's easy to say, well, we're going to pull that video and we won't show it, or we're not going to teach that lesson in that way. But it goes through all of it. The whole 8th grade curriculum is very scary. I mean, there are some ideas that are great, right? Like goal setting and like not bullying. And I'm sure when you all approved it as a board, it was probably great. But we know that it's a dynamic curriculum in the middle school curriculum. It can be updated at any time. In fact, Committee for Children updated a lot over this last summer. And as I see it now with its updates, it is not acceptable. In almost every video I looked at, the aggressor, the harasser, the bully, the instigator was white. In almost every video, I think maybe every video, it was not demographically representative of our country. There was maybe 2 white children to 10 dark children. This is all sending messages, to our children of what we want them to think. The Love is Respect article or website that was talked about is very concerning. Power and privilege are described as one of the 3 reasons for bullying. As we go through, we look at the difference between flirting and sexual harassment. And it defines sexual harassment as content or showing content or bringing up subject matter that you are uncomfortable with that's of a sexual nature. Well, they're in middle school. They can't consent to any of that. There shouldn't be anything they're okay with, and it shouldn't be shown to them. I am very concerned over this curriculum. I think we should follow suit with the Canyons, either develop one on our own here, find another one that is politically neutral. This is not good for our kids, and it's sending messages to them that we wouldn't teach, that you wouldn't teach. We as parents don't want that there, and I assume you guys don't either. Somebody needs to look at this every single lesson, every single slide, every single video, because I don't think you would teach it to our children. Please stop this curriculum and find another one. Find something that's politically neutral that will still instill the values that we all want our children to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate all of those who've taken the time to be prepared and to speak to us this evening. And that concludes our patron comment period. We will now move on to our general business items. Can I get, back up, a motion to approve the consent agenda items? And can whoever makes the motion list those items in your motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda items, A, board minutes, and B, LEA-specific licenses.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Atwood, a second by Mr. Robinson to approve the consent agenda items of A, board minutes, and B, LEA-specific licenses. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Okay, those items are approved. Can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda? And again, list those items.
I'll make the motion to accept the consent agenda items. A, expenditures. B, financial statements. C, personnel, licensed and education support professionals. D, certificates for home instruction. And E, non-compliance report.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Richards, a second by Ms. Atwood. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, all in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Next, we are on to our bids. First up, Copper Hills High School uniforms. Can I get a motion?
I move that we approve the Copper Hills High School uniforms and apparel discount incentive bid.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Ms. Richards to approve the Copper Hills High School uniforms and apparel discount bid. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, all in favor, please say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? No, that motion passes unanimously. Can I get a bid for B?
I'll make a motion to approve the teaching and learning Lexile measurement and reading assessment tool.
And a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Mr. Robinson to approve the teaching and learning Lexile measurement and reading assessment tool. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say yes.
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 Yes. Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Let's take C and D together. Can I get a motion on C and D?
I'll accept I will do the motion to accept the bids on C, teaching and learning English language learning software grades K-6, Imagine Learning, and D, teaching and learning English language learning software grades 7 through 12, Elevation.
I'll second that.
Motion by Ms. Richards, second by Ms. Atwood to accept bids C and D, teaching and learning English language learning software grades K through 6, Imagine Learning, and grades 7 through 12, Elevation. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. And our last one for snow removal, can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the facility services snow removal.
A second? I'll second. Okay, motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Ms. George to approve snow removal. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move on to our special business items. We have several policy changes to discuss tonight. All of them have been discussed previously in study sessions, and we are ready to vote on these. First up is policy AS61, student records and transcripts. Mr. Anderson or Mr. Hamblin, do you want to give us a brief overview of that one?
Sure. This simply brings us into compliance and legal compliance with changes to language that conforms with state law and state board rule.
Okay, thank you. And we did discuss this in our last study session.
I would make the motion to accept the recommendation to policy AS61 as stated.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Ms. Richards, second by Ms. Atwood to approve the proposed revisions to Administrative Policy AS61, student records and transcripts. Is there any public input regarding this policy? Okay, seeing none, is there any board discussion about this? And seeing none, all in favor to approve the revisions to AS61, student records and transcripts, please say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Next is recommendation to approve proposed revisions to AA414, student overnight travel. This was also discussed in our last study session. Mr. Sorensen, do you want to give us a quick, brief overview of this change? It's a minor change.
Yeah, we're simply adding the associate superintendent and superintendent as additional individuals who can make a final approval on overnight travel requests.
Thank you.
Yep.
Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the proposed revisions on administrative policy AA414, student overnight travel.
I will second.
Motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Ms. Richards to approve the proposed revisions to Administrative Policy AA414, student overnight travel. Is there any public input regarding these revisions? Okay, seeing none, any board discussion?
I would like to make a reminder to the public, those who are concerned about COVID and travel and why doesn't the board put in restrictions and why is the board allowing travel, I would like to remind everyone that before a trip is approved, 85% of the parents need to approve the trip. The power is in the hands of the parents. If they don't think it's safe and don't vote for it, then it doesn't happen. So I just want to remind everyone that that's already written into the policy, that we've given the power to the parents to say, I don't feel comfortable about this trip. So that was my comment.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, all in favor of approving the revisions to AA414, student overnight travel, please say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Our next policy is AA441, privacy rights for student and family. Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, very similar to the previous policy. This literally takes language mirroring language from state board rule and state law and lets us conform to be up to legal compliance.
Okay, thank you. This was also discussed in our last study session. Do we have any public input regarding this policy change? Okay, seeing none, any board discussion? All right, all in favor of approving the revisions to policy AA441, privacy?
We have to have a motion. Did somebody make that?
Did we not get a motion on it?
I don't believe so.
Thank you. I jumped ahead. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the proposed revisions to policy AA441, privacy rights, students and families.
Okay, motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Ms. George to approve revisions to policy AA441, privacy rights, students and family. Any other discussion to that? All right, all in favor of the motion, please say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Our next one is a recommendation to approve proposed revisions to AA 442 Middle School Philosophy. And this one has been discussed in a couple of study sessions now. Mr. Curtis, do you want to give us a brief explanation of that? And you can do the next policy to AA 443 student clubs.
To both policies,
Yeah.
yes. It's proposed that policy AA 442, the middle school philosophy policy, be revised to allow for the introduction of middle school student-led clubs or non-curricular clubs as following policy AA 443. Policy AA 443 is proposed to be revised to change the grade level from grades 10 to 12 to all secondary schools, and those are the only revisions to both policies.
President Miller, would you be okay if we combine both of these in one motion?
I'm fine with that. Are other board members okay with that?
And we need to extend the day to sign up for a club.
Oh, that's right. What date did we need to
Did
extend
we
that
say
to?
November 1st? What did we say?
Mr. Curtis.
Good remembering.
So that will be a one-time extension on the window from October 1st to November 1st for this fall only. And then in the spring, the normal dates will apply.
And is that to 442 or to 443?
443 for the student club policy.
November 1st, right?
Yes.
To November 1st. I can make the motion if you want.
Okay.
I'll make the recommendation that we approve revisions to Administrative Policy AA 442 and AA 443, student clubs, and extend for this fall only the deadline to sign up for a club as November 1st, 2021.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Robinson, second by Ms. Atwood, to approve the changes to AA 442 Middle School Philosophy and AA 443 Student Clubs, and to extend the deadline to apply for this year only to November 1st. Do we have any public input regarding this policy change? Okay, and seeing none, any board discussion?
I'm not sure that I've ever received more messages from students than on this policy, and they are excited. So,
And I'm fascinated by the spread of misinformation because after last board meeting, after our discussion, I got a lengthy email saying that clubs were good, that why were we banning clubs at middle school? And I wrote back and said, just the opposite. We're actually approving clubs at middle school. It's just fascinating how the spread of misinformation goes.
I'm glad you got that one.
Yes, and thank you for clarifying it.
I'm just impressed because the most input I've ever gotten is in support of hats. So I'm glad that your constituents are a little more on target.
Excited about the clubs.
It must have students, some teachers or students are already talking about it, and when can we start? And I said, maybe tomorrow if the vote goes good, so.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this change. Any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the changes to AA 442 and AA 443, along with the extension on the deadline to November 1. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? No. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We will now move on to our information items, and next up is our superintendent's report. Dr. Godfrey.
I just want to echo the superintendent the board recognitions earlier. The West Jordan concession stand makes a mean cheeseburger. I also just want to thank our teachers who are doing such a great job with our literacy efforts at the elementary level, in particular with the new initiatives there. I know that's a lot, but I've heard great reports on the work that's being done and the success that teachers and students are feeling. And there are specialists from the district that are meeting with each PLC at each school at each grade level, K3, to be sure the support is there and to talk things through. And it's administrators of schools are attending those meetings as much as possible as our principals. And we'll talk more about those meetings in the future, but those PLCs have been really productive. And like I said, it's a lot, but we're really excited at the results that we're seeing, and we'll keep doing everything we can to support teachers through that. I appreciate all the staff who have dedicated themselves to helping make that happen, and to the teachers who have jumped right into it. So a lot of great work happening at every level in our district, and it's really exciting to see.
Thank you. Next, we are on to committee reports and comments by board members. Let's start with committee reports. Do we have any committee reports? I think we have a couple. Okay. Ms. Richards.
Yes, the Finance and Audit Committee has met, we've reached out to each one of you, I think, individually on this, has met with Riverton City on 2 different occasions to discuss a very unique CRA project. Riverton City has expressed interest in a partnership with the district, and we wanted to make all board members aware of these discussions that are going on. We will meet as a committee again on October 11th to discuss the project and the implications using our tax increment funding checklist. We'll come back with a recommendation to the entire board at our next study session. We also had a monthly report back from our internal auditor, Chris Harding, regarding the progress on the project we assigned him. He has worked so far 30 hours on gathering data, and we've asked him to kind of give us a monthly check back with us, and he has done that. So,
Thank you. Appreciate the follow through with the auditor too. Facilities, you don't have anything for right now? Okay, Ms. Atwood.
I just wanted to report back to the board as well as the public that I am on the committee for policy AA410, the study of controversial issues, as well as President Miller and Vice President Dunford. We have heard your concerns as parents and as teachers, and we want to let you know that we are still working on that policy. It has not been forgotten. We are having conversations still about that policy.
Thank you.
I have one too.
Okay, Ms. George.
So the newly formed committee to look into, yes.
Speak into it a little bit more, even with your mouse.
I will try again. The newly formed committee that was charged with looking into the possibility of authorizing current charter or future charter schools through the district was able to meet. I think we had a great conversation around what circumstances we would be interested in pursuing that. And we came up with a few parameters. So I thought I would just present it to you. So when would we consider authorizing would be if a charter offers a specific specialty that Jordan doesn't offer. That charter school comes to us. We don't want to actively go out and try to seek out these relationships. It becomes a mutually beneficial situation. That we've taken time to consider the financial stability and the educational standards of the charter school being discussed, the location of the charter school. So we feel like it's important that geographically speaking, it's in our district or near. And then the consideration of how this will add to our employee workload. So when those parameters seem to work, then we would definitely want to consider authorizing a charter school. But we're not necessarily interested at this time in going out and actively pursuing with charters, trying to pull them into the district. We'd like them to come to us if that's something that would benefit their charter. We were able to reach out to several different charters and learn a little bit about why the vast majority of charters don't go through districts and some of the other side of the coin. And so we just feel like those were some parameters that would help guide those decisions in the future. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I think that sounds like a good set of parameters. Does anyone have any questions about the parameters themselves?
One of the things I wanted to mention is I think it would be good to let our cities know that if somebody's looking to get a building permit or talking about this, that we at least need to know, because number one, they could charter through us. Number two, they're going to impact our enrollment. And so I think that would be a great topic to talk to our city officials.
Do you think that's a topic that board members should be approaching cities with? Because I do feel like Student Services has those conversations with cities when they're kind of looking at enrollments and stuff.
I think board members should know. I don't know of any current charters that are coming up in our district, but I know that the one that opened in mine, I knew about it, and, you know, the district was aware of it.
So what are you proposing that, like, who reaches out to the cities and you're asking someone to reach out to the cities and make sure they let us know?
Yeah.
And then the board members know from there?
Yep.
And who's?
We also discussed the state who might be offering charter authorization, just letting them know that we'd love to be looped in as those come up.
Okay.
And then at that point, we could, if we're ever approached by a charter school, we thought the procedure could be to reconvene the committee, to give a study for the steps that I just talked about, those procedures, and then go ahead and bring a recommendation to the board at that point, as long as everyone's comfortable with that.
Okay, so is everybody comfortable with that recommendation? So the parameters have been developed. The committee would not have a need to meet further unless approached by a charter, and then that committee would reconvene to consider it. Is that correct? Okay. Everyone okay with that? Okay. Great, thank you. Appreciate your work on that committee and those members of that committee for the work that was done there. Thank you.
I got something too. A few board meetings ago, I brought up the Harriman rugby team that had received, you know, some acknowledgement in Harriman City Council and then again at Salt Lake Council, and felt like maybe there's a way that we could better recognize kids in our board meeting. We do a really good job tonight. We did it with recognizing a school. We did Mountain Ridge, and superintendent does a really good job at recognizing, you know, our staff, and sometimes a great accomplishment like we saw tonight. But we don't really recognize students like I've seen some other districts, and so I was given the assignment to look at that, and so I used some of the time at the Utah School Board Association Academy to talk to other districts, see what they're doing. And a lot of them have different schools. They've trained their schools to filter those requests that come through communications department, and then they kind of handpick and see who. We don't want to just do sports teams. We want to get a wide variety of students to recognize. And so my proposal is that we develop something to do in our communications department. Perhaps we can have Dr. Godfrey look at that. There's other things we've talked at as a board in that area of communicating. We've talked about, as a board, we would send letters on a regular basis, and that's kind of dropping off our radar because we don't have that person that can help us. I also could use some help in, let me know what's happening in my schools. I cover so many different schools, and I'm trying to go to every community council meeting, and I find out on a lot of them the day after, or if there's one canceled, I sometimes don't know. So there's some need, at least for me, in developing assistance in communicating to the public and communicating from schools to me. And so I'd just like to recommend the superintendent take a look at that and see what he can do with his staff, and see if we need to bring something back to us, and see if we need to help him with that or whatever.
So I see a twofold issue. One is wanting to have student recognitions more in our board meetings and have someone from communications be responsible for that, but then also some additional duties from communications.
Yeah, there's actually threefold. I think there's one that we recognize students, and that can come through this person, whether or not we can do it with our existing staffer or add a part-timer. But then the second issue is our communications to employees, which we've committed to do, and we're having a hard time, writing that letter and making sure it's okay with everyone to get a trusted person that could, make sure that that's going out on a regular basis would be really valuable. And then number 3 is maybe somebody who can, help us, let us know what's happening in the schools that we're overseeing, so that we don't miss significant events, which is really easy to do in a district this big.
Any thoughts from board members?
Yeah. I do have a thought just on the email. Are you saying the email needs to be from board members? Because previously, that's why it kind of fell off, I'll be honest with you, is we had assigned some board members to send that out, and they didn't get sent out. Some of them were taking the responsibility and following through with that, but some weren't. And then we had conversations after that to see what should we do, and we had kind of just decided to kind of hold off on that. But the problem is that not everybody is following through on the email that is supposed to be written by board members. If it's communication by board members, I'm okay with that, but it's difficult as one board member to speak for the whole board. And we all have different opinions on how that should be shared in an email, and that's what becomes very difficult for me. It's not the intention of not wanting to do it. It's the intention of speaking for the whole board when I'm just one board member.
This came up when we were trying to write letters, and someone would pin the letter on their turn. We all took our turn, and then everyone on the board would rewrite the letter, and it took so long to get the letter out that we had talked about, having some way that, somebody could filter that and get it out for us.
Your proposal is to have someone from the communications department write it on behalf of the board, but have it still come from the board.
Yeah, my proposal is actually to have Dr. Godfrey recognize those 3 issues and have him bring us back a proposal to help us. I don't want to prescribe exactly what that is. He might be able to do that with the existing staff, or he might need to add something, but those are 3 areas that I see our board could use help with, at least this board member.
I'd like to ask Dr. Godfrey to consider having communications help with those 3 things.
Yeah.
Right?
Can I just express as one board member, I'm not okay with communications having to write a letter for board members. That does not feel right to me. If we're going to send a letter from the board, then we need to take responsibility and we need to send that. But everybody needs to follow through on that. But it's difficult, like you said, because then we have to proofread it, right? Because all board members are signing it.
It would still come from the board. We would all still approve it, all that stuff. It's just going to have the same tone all the time, and you can trust that it's going to go out on the same time. And, we'll be able to communicate like we're trying to do. But
And just as a note, our welcome letter at the beginning of the school year was written by communications, and the whole board
yeah, and it was excellent.
And it went out.
Okay, that's good to know. I don't think I knew that, but I'm just speaking as one board member. I'm not comfortable with that.
I would propose, if you want to email us those 3 things and, give board members a week or 2 to just consider that, and consider if they support, asking Dr. Godfrey to do that, or if there's other things that they would want help with or not want to include in that list. Is that fair to ask?
What would you want my email? Because I've already stated everything.
Just exactly what you've stated. Just to give board members a couple weeks to think about it, unless everyone's ready to decide right now.
I would like to comment on the student recognition, and I think that's a really fabulous idea. My only concern and fear is that somebody gets left out.
Well, right now, we're leaving everyone out.
Well, but I'm just
we leave
saying,
one person
wouldn't it be worse if somebody was recognized and another who did something very comparable was left out? That's my
I
concern.
feel really bad when my students in my area won the national championship, and my city and my county would bring them in and physically recognize them, and I just get to say it over a board meeting. We left out a large group that did something pretty significant, and that's just one time. And so I would rather err on, we left you out, we'll catch you next month, than let's not do it at all. But I'm student-driven. I really want to see student accomplishments. One district has if they won a state championship, they donated a shoe and signed it and put it in a cabinet out there for people to look at, or a piece of artwork. And I just want to see student results in our meeting. That's all I'm asking for.
And I will say I'm supportive of having student recognitions. I think it's a great idea. I'm just seeing some hesitancy on all three, or maybe some not sure yet on all three requests from communications. So is everyone okay if we get just an email outlining that, and then you can ponder it for the next 2 weeks, and we'll address it again?
I feel uneasy putting an email out, though, and pondering it, because that's, if someone wants to call and talk to me, or I can call everyone individually, but an email to everyone for discussion would kind of violate open meeting laws.
Not if we're not responding and you're just putting the three
Exactly.
topics. And then we can ponder on that individually, and if we have any additional questions, we can call you. But I do like the idea of being able to visually see those three questions. For one, that would be beneficial for me.
We're okay on open meeting law to send a proposal through email, Mr. Van Komen, as long as we don't all discuss it over email?
If you're going to do that, I would suggest it goes blind copy to everybody, and then you can't hit reply all.
Is everyone comfortable with that, or does anyone have another proposal? Okay. Let's move forward with that then.
I did forget one other committee assignment, and Ms. Richards, you have LEAC emails for October 1st through the 31st.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is LEAC this week?
This next week, yes.
The 7th, next week? Okay.
It's on my calendar. Thank you. I'm just trying to do reminders for everybody every month.
Any other reports or comments? I just have one that I want to add, and that's just to make everyone aware of what is on the website now under the board meetings section. Just want all of our patrons and our employees to be aware that we have some great information on the website. If you go to our board meetings now, there is a summary of every meeting. We used to just have it for our general meetings, but now there's a summary of every meeting, including our study sessions. You can link right to an agenda item and listen to the discussion. There's also a summary of board actions at the bottom. And so if you haven't seen that, just encourage everyone to take a look at that. It's very accessible, very transparent, very easy to see what we have decided in our meetings. So I know I've heard from employees in the past that there's always like rumor mill after our meetings, but it's very clear and easy to access now. So I encourage everyone to take a look at that if they have not done so already. Okay, any other reports, comments? All right, we are to the end of our general session agenda. We have a couple of study session items that we need to finish up. We will take a 15-minute break and resume at 9 o'clock with our study session. Thank you all for being here. Okay, we are back in our study session. We're going to resume our discussion on the Olympia development. Thank you to our staff that's done a little research. Who wants to start? Mr. Dunford?
It is 20 acres. We do have that in our sales agreement, but it was never intended to be part of the master development agreement. So yes, Paul was looking at a different agreement, but it is 20 acres. And it is, here's the thing. We never negotiated a donation. It's not written into a contract. We never contracted a donation. You really don't do that with donations. And so it's kind of a gentleman's contract. It's just kind of a handshake and saying, we're gonna do this. There's nothing legally binding them to a donation.
So I disagree with that, because it's clearly in the contract.
It's not.
It is, I read it myself. It's in there.
But it never was part of the master development agreement.
It's not part of the master development agreement. What I'm saying is, I have a hard time signing another agreement unless I know what the other agreement's taking place. Because if they're not gonna fulfill that one, then I have concerns with the whole thing. That's my problem is, I mean, it was in the contract, not the master development, but it was in the contract to sell the property. And then on top of that, we even had like, you know, a groundbreaking and open houses on it and everything. And now if that's been moved, how come we weren't notified? That's my question.
I think the provision is that buyer is to receive a contribution of approximately 20 acres of separate property for educational purposes. What's not specified is there's no specific location or other conditions. So while I think we do have a claim that yes, eventually we will be getting the 20 acres, we don't have leverage in saying it's going to be at this location or that location. And it wasn't something that was a deal point in the original master development agreement. It's not something that ever has been. They don't have all of our schools cited yet in the master development agreement. The reason we're participating in this is so that we can work with those developers to cite our schools where they'll be beneficial. So I don't think there's really much controversy. I think we have the same expectations. I think Daryl is talking about, he just wants to make sure that that's alive. I think we can talk about that with the developer, but it's not part of the agreement. So in the next 2 weeks, you know, obviously we can talk with Daryl or staff or whatever, and as he has concerns, facilities committee can weigh in on it as well.
Okay, so what we need to vote on is the master development agreement change, which we had with the county, and now we will have with Harriman City. And the only change there, or the big change, is impact fees, and kudos to the facilities committee for addressing that issue. That's definitely a benefit.
And it never really was a change. It was never an issue with the county, and there's a fear that it might be an issue, so we just preempted it and said, no, let's put it in the agreement to make sure that it's not an issue.
Yeah, perfect.
And that's what I'm asking on my point, is let's put it in the contract.
But we're not voting on the contract in 2 weeks. We would just be voting on the master development agreement.
I can't vote on that until I'm settled on that issue. That's all I'm saying. And you guys can all vote still without me, or make sure I'm settled on that before we move forward.
Is the rest of the board comfortable putting it on the agenda in 2 weeks to vote on?
I am.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and proceed with that, and then ask you, Mr. Robinson, to reach out to Mr. Thomas or members of the facilities committee and ask your questions and get issues resolved on that. Okay, thank you. Next up is continued discussion on GP 111 types of meetings. I brought this forward at our last study session to find out what the board's feeling is on continuing to allow for electronic meetings. We did not allow them until the pandemic hit, then we put a provision in our policy that allowed them, but that had a sunset. It ended in June.
And at our last meeting, everyone indicated a desire to continue to allow electronic meetings, and then also a desire to remove the limit of 2 per year. And so those 2 things have been added into the draft policy under the new letter G. And then we had our board attorney look at this. I ended up with all sorts of red lines on it. But it's not significant changes as you think it might be. A lot of it is just reordering. Like under G, the electronic policy part, like 2 and 3 are crossed out, but they were just put down below. They're now 5 and 8. So it was just rewording it and reordering it to make a little more sense. Does anyone have any questions or suggestions on this latest version?
And I'm happy to talk about any of the changes that I suggested.
I just got booted out. I got to get back in. One of the changes, it talked about an organization meeting, and we did take that completely out because it is in another policy, and we thought it belonged more in the other policy than it did in this policy because, yeah, it didn't really make much sense here. So that was one change.
We also refer to them as board meetings for clarity, taking away the study session designation and the meeting. So when it's a board meeting, this applies versus a committee meeting or any meeting that you're at that is not a board meeting. So that was another reason to take away the organizational meeting.
So I'm just voicing this as my opinion as one board member. I'm not necessarily comfortable with removing the amount of meetings that board members can attend electronically. But I know that other board members feel differently, and I understand that. I just need to voice my opinion that I'm not.
I have a question on number 5 when it says board members may attend and participate by electronic means only when extenuating circumstances prevent a board member from physically attending the meeting. Is extenuating a legal term? Like what exactly does that mean?
It's not a defined term, so that's your board. The board would have some discretion in interpreting and applying that. And that was, my understanding was that when we talked about it in the last meeting, board members sort of said, well, it really should still only be extenuating circumstances. That's why we did away with the number. Obviously, that is still not a super clearly defined term. It's sort of an expectation that could be tweaked. I just changed what the language was based on the last
Can we just
discussion.
take that word out? It reads well without the word.
Does anyone feel like I need to change that extenuating? Or we all know what it means?
I have no problem with it.
I think it should be there.
Okay. And then we do have something in here that the public still needs to be allowed an opportunity to participate. And we need to have an anchor location unless the board president determines that there would be substantial risk of health or safety at the anchor location.
G refers to the specific code provision, but rather than simply rely on the code provision, since we refer to our policy, that's why we included the anchor provision. There are a couple of other circumstances that would be, for example, if this location were closed,
yeah,
that would be another exception that I think we needed to put that in policy. We're kind of talking about what we have control
And then under 6, if you want to participate electronically, notify the board president at least 24 hours prior to a meeting, which I would request that you do, is beneficial, because it does take some time for, staff to adjust and make sure we have everything set up.
John, will the new equipment facilitate that better? So we're not just dialing in and you're hearing it through a phone speaker? Can we tap into this when we call in? I don't.
Can I just suggest that we look into that for the board?
Would you mind?
Because I'd love to have the audio quality be such that we could have someone phone in more effectively.
Speaking of which, that's supposed to be installed over fall break.
Nice.
Can I bring up a related issue? We once talked about getting our meetings chaptered. Are we moving forward on that? Okay. Thank you.
And I will speak to Jen's position with the number 2. Perhaps we don't have to stick with the 2, but I really feel like it's important and should be a priority that we try to be here and not abuse that.
Is the rest of the board comfortable moving forward without a limit on the number?
I am.
I am.
So when they call with 24 hours notice and let the president know, are you saying, yes, that's acceptable? Or, I'm sorry, but you've done this too much, you need to come? Does that place all of that responsibility on your shoulders? And are you up for that?
Well, see, in the policy doesn't say I get to decide, it just says you call and tell me your extenuating circumstance. So that I can then announce, because I do have to announce it to the public when we're meeting that the person is joining us electronically. So basically, yes, anyone just says, yep, I'm going to join electronically, they join electronically.
And if it became habitual, if there weren't extenuating circumstances, like the policy says, is there recourse? I don't think that's a concern for us, but we're
Yeah, you can
making
change
a
the
policy for, yeah.
The board at that time can change the policy. I'm thinking of just like my predecessor who had some conditions that he couldn't come, and had he have been able to use this, he would have been able to be the voice for my community a lot more than he was able to because of his physical limitations. And it'd be hard to label, sorry, you can only have 2 of those a year, and so I just think if it's abused, I think the board at that time would come in and change things.
It's just that when it's being abused, it's such a awkward thing to call out your coworker and say, I think we need to write a policy about this. Do you know what I mean? I feel like it's better to have it in place beforehand.
That's a true point. It's hard to do it at the moment.
That's a good point.
But I also see the.
But I
Why would to limit someone for that very reason? Do you want this on another study session? Or do we move it forward to?
I just feel like it all goes back to what does extenuating circumstance mean? It doesn't mean convenience, it doesn't mean, preference.
Do you have another word that you'd like to use there?
I don't mind the word extenuating, I'm just wondering if we need another item in it. Like, I'm not interested in saying you can do it 2 times and no more, but what if it was like, I don't know, at the discretion of the president or at the discretion of the executive committee or whatever.
The counterpoint to that would be what happens if that vests somebody with too much decision-making authority to prevent somebody who has good reasons, so.
Yeah.
Or if they team up against a certain board member, say me or something, and
You have to be here.
I like to be with you guys anyway, so. I think we're just thinking about a whole bunch of what-ifs that would probably never happen in our board.
But our board is a fluid concept.
Yes, it changes.
Every 2 years, what does our board look like?
We had you, and it's just fine.
You lucked out with me.
Yeah, we did.
But we won't vote on this for another month at another business meeting. So I will potentially put it on the next study session agenda just to see if there's any more further thoughts. And we would vote on it at the end of October. Is everyone comfortable with that?
Yeah. Okay. Our next agenda item is discussion on recent Utah School Boards Association trainings. Just as we expect our teachers to continue to have professional development, board members also need professional development. And our membership in USBA is what provides most of those professional development opportunities. It is their mission to build better boards. And they provided a couple of trainings recently. One was an online workshop on parliamentary procedure about a month or so ago. And then just this past weekend, there was the USBA Leadership Academy that 4 board members along with Dr. Godfrey attended. And so that is an investment that we've made into this professional development, so I wanted to have a feedback loop in which board members could share some of the things that they learned from that. Does anyone want to go first?
Everybody jump in.
Mr. Robbins.
I'll go first.
Okay.
So first of all, I'd like to thank Tracy and Dr. Godfrey and Paul for their presentations. They were really good, and I'm really glad that I decided not to sit by other board members in those presentations. So what's interesting about when we go to the Utah School Board Association or the National, we always tend to like to hang out together, you know, and yet I sat at tables with all kinds of people from different boards, and in those opportunities I had really good dialogue with other boards and what they're doing, and it was really good. And Saturday was really good. They had the TED Talks, and they kind of broke us up a little bit more into, you know, groups and said, hey, what are you doing in your district? What are you doing in your district? And I wish we actually had more opportunities, because we have some districts around that are just shining in certain areas that we can learn from. And, you know, and we're shining in tons of ways that they were just, I mean, when President Miller and Dr. Godfrey was speaking, so many people at my table were like, that's awesome, like, how are you guys doing that? And, you know, so it was just really good to be able to meet with the 44 other districts and ask them some questions, and, you know, ask them about some of the board meetings that they've recently had and stuff. So, and the keynote speakers were about amazing as any speakers I've ever heard in my life. And I've been paying for people's compliment. I've been paying for their food and complimenting them and feeling really good about myself. So, they just nailed it about how we need to be more positive and happy and compliment people and look for the good in people. And I'm so glad. You know, one of them's in our community, in our district, that I had not heard his message before. I'm so glad we have good people out there sending out good messages like that, and that we have the opportunity to hear that and develop those characteristics in our leadership. So, anyways, it was great. It was well worth my time.
Very good.
yeah, I met Mr. Hewitt after and like, oh, I'm your school board member. Good to meet you. He did a fantastic job. I loved hearing from him.
I read his book too. His book is
Oh,
awesome.
I started it
Yeah,
today.
it's well worth
Good.
the read.
Good. Okay.
Want me to go?
Sure.
If I can make my eyes work. I just really felt like this Leadership Academy was probably one of the best I've been to. Mostly because all of the subjects in the breakout sessions were so needed and so applicable, you know, to our current situation. And so I really gained a lot from that. And I especially gained a lot from the 3 keynotes. For those of you who didn't go, we had Meg Johnson, who is a quadriplegic, and her message was one of hope and happiness and positivity. I couldn't believe how much she was finding joy in her situation, and she showed such honesty and tenacity in what she has accomplished throughout her life. I was very impressed with her. And then we had Noelle Picus Pace, who is the 2014 Olympic silver medalist in, what's that event? Downhill? Skeleton, that's it, the skeleton. And she spoke about goals and focus, and then she introduced a wheel. And it was kind of like what we were looking at earlier. It's right here. But she introduced this wheel, and it's called the Wheel of Life. And it's to find balance in our own life. And it has like 8 different areas of our lives, like fun and recreation, family, health and fitness, business and career, relationships, financial, spirituality, and personal growth and learning. And what we did as an activity is went into all those areas, and from 1 to 10, we gauged where we felt we were. And it kind of gives some really good things, you know, looking at ourselves inside and deciding where we needed to make improvements and focus more of our time, a little more of our time. So I felt like that was a really good activity that she put us through. And then, like Mr. Robinson said, we had Jason Hewlett, who not only is a comedian, but amazingly musically talented. And then he wrote the book that I brought several of you, The Promise, and it basically taught about leadership skills and different tools and mindsets that we can use to get through life. And I love that. Some of the breakout sessions that I participated in was school finance, because I always like to go there and be reminded of our revenue and all of the implications there. It was given by Rob Smith from Alpine School District. And then one that I really, really liked was board member to board member relationships, better, stronger, together. And that was given by Bridget Gerard and Linda Hanks, who are, of course, USBA officers. And I really like the fact that they divided us into small groups and gave us a scenario of one, you know, board members with board members, and we had to work out a solution. And it was interesting what everybody came up with. But and then of course Tracy's and Dr. Godfrey's presentation on board and district administrative relationships, how to start getting synergy, and you know the secrets of getting those relationships happening. And so I was very impressed with that. And Paul, thank you for the new open meeting book. I liked having the reminders of what's been changing, just a few little tweaks, but it's always good to stay on top of that, so thank you.
Thank you. I attended the finance classic until probably like for the 10th time. I just keep going to it every time, but keep learning a little bit more every single time. And the downside of teaching is that I didn't go to as many classes. I didn't get to go to Mr. Pencoman's class, but great experience teaching. I sometimes take for granted how well we've done some things in our district. I just think, you know, people are like, oh, that's great. I'm like, you don't do that? I thought everybody did that. And so great, but then also learn some things too from participants in the class of things that they're doing. So, great opportunity. It was a good lift to my spirits too. Good, social, emotional wellness for all of us too. And just like Daryl said, just being able to interact and share ideas and sit down at the lunch table with other districts and boards and find out what they're doing was a great opportunity also. One of the things that I focused on was we had a president's vice president roundtable, and we're just talking a lot about process and how to be more effective. And I'm meeting tomorrow with the executive committee to discuss that very issue of how to be more efficient and more effective as a board, and we're just going to brainstorm and get ideas. And then I'm hoping also to get feedback from all board members too on that same topic. If there's things that we can do to improve and get better to be more effective, I want to hear those things. So we'll be reaching out to you also. Always room for improvement. Most of us have been on the board for quite a while, but still learning, still growing. Dr. Godfrey.
Well, first of all, it was really fun to teach a class with you, Tracy, and just like when I was a teacher in middle and high school, first period you kind of are testing out the material, and second period it really sharpens up. So I think I got a little bit better in the second session.
That's why I went.
You came to the second.
I felt it was. Yeah, but it was still awesome, wasn't it? Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Just even awesomer. What was really fun is we had a couple of discussion periods, and I learned a lot both times from the people in the group, and I think there are some good ideas that we can explore to facilitate better communication between superintendent and board members, and just some great ideas out there from other districts. And I heard some good ideas repeated in those sessions, so I look forward to exploring some of those ideas and, like Tracy said, looking for additional ways to improve. But it's also invigorating and energizing to be around others who are focused on the same work, just in different locations. And so I got a lot out of it, and just always look forward to that time. It's also just nice to have some time to, recharge and see people from around the state. And so it was a good blend of information and conversation.
Thank you. One question was asked if we have a budget to purchase books. There were some books that were recommended. The one class that I went to was based around a book called How Not to Be a Terrible School Board Member. Did I say that right? I think so. Yeah. It was intriguing. I'm like, oh.
What's it about?
I'd like to read this one. Another class they suggested, Love Your Enemies, Arthur Brooks, which I've read. If you haven't read it, that's fabulous. Anyway, we were doing a board book study. We haven't done it for a while. We put that on hold because we'd all gotten really busy. So there is budget available. If there's books recommended from the conference that you wanted, just email Mr. Larson on that. Okay.
I think we all ought to get the one.
How not to be a terrible board member.
Why don't you just go ahead and email Roxanne, and she'll order it for you and take care of it. She can get it electronically or physical copy, whatever you'd like.
Okay.
Or Audible.
Okay. Good. Anything else?
I have a quick question. Had they mentioned anything about USBA in January?
Yes.
Yes.
In fact, just a second, I wrote that down. The USBA conference, and they actually passed out a flyer for it, and you should get it in the mail, but I can pass mine along to you.
I'm pretty sure I have the date. They're going to do it in person.
Yes, that's their intent.
Oh, I thought I had it. No, I'm talking about in January.
Okay, the January conference that's the USBA annual conference. It's January 6th through 8th at the Little America Hotel. It's something, it starts the evening, Thursday evening, January 6th. It finishes around 1:30 on that Saturday, the 8th. And I haven't seen anything about registration for that yet, so we'll watch for that. The district has paid for the conference in the past, but we stay at our own homes since it is local. And then NSBA this year is April 2nd through the 4th, and that is in San Diego. The early bird registration starts on October 27th and goes through December 15th, so you've got kind of a month or two to consider that, but if you want to start looking at your schedules on that one too, April 2nd through the 4th. It always is.
Yep, not always.
Well,
When I go, it's not. When I don't go, it is.
Gotcha. Sometimes it has been.
It's Bryce's birthday.
It'd be fun to have a National School Board Conference on April Fool's Day.
Well, it's a day late for that.
That would hit home pretty hard.
Maybe I should make a presentation.
I thought you were DC.
Yeah.
Okay, so mark your calendars for that.
Do I get a turn to report too?
Yes. Oh, did I skip over you?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going around the table, but you're right.
I don't want to be redundant. Most of the classes I attended, we already talked about, but a couple of things that really stood out to me that I thought were really applicable were, so Noelle Picus Pace talked a lot about leadership and defining success so that you know when you've achieved it. But one of the quotes that her coach always would say to her was, "We need to be process-oriented and results-driven." And it's one of those statements that I have to keep stopping and thinking about and breaking it up into pieces. But I think it really well describes what we do in our relationship with the district, and being able to separate out that big picture from the everyday implementation of our goals. So with that in mind, I got to go to McKay Jensen's lecture about legislative voice and relationships, and I'm the only one I think that went to that, so that's why I didn't want to let it pass by. But one of the things that he pointed out is, and he talked about it again at the meeting this week, the regional meeting, but is that, you know, we create flyers and we go out and tell our legislator what our priorities are. But he talks about creating stories and making sure that we're able to, on a real level, communicate those goals and how they're important, and being able to see from both perspectives. I thought that was really valuable. But one of the things that he shared with me that I just, again, it has stayed with me and resonated, is these statistics. So on average, a high school diploma adds 10 years to a lifespan. For a Latina female, that number changes to 15 years. So I always think of it kind of in relation to when all of a sudden our health insurance started to say, we're going to cover preventative medicine at 100%. And why did they do that? Because at the end of the day, it saves them a lot of money if you're taking care of yourself along the way. And I think in the same way, education is preventative medicine for our society. It ensures a tax base in the future. It creates longer lives for the people who are going to work. They're going to make more money. I mean, there are so many ways to look at it that I think it's just a powerful thought to be able to look at that, what Noelle Picus Pace said. We want to be process-oriented and results-driven. And it's just something that stayed with me that, you know, as I'm shaping my own stories to be able to talk to people and legislature and whoever else it is, that I keep that in mind. And also being able to look from their lenses as we have those conversations. So I just thought that was good food for thought.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, that was so good. I'm glad she came.
Okay, anything else? All right.
Do you want to report anything from the regional meeting?
Do you want to?
No, I think you should.
We had the regional meeting this week and went over several things, USB's legislative priorities. And again, those priorities don't mean a whole lot unless they have stories behind them. And so we talked a lot about kind of what each of those mean and the story behind them. Also talked about the Utah School Boards Association, now USBE, Utah State Board of Education's ongoing funding study. And they gave us an update on that, and there will continue to be some legislation coming out of that study, and that is an ongoing process. And then also talked about the potential bylaw change for USBA in adding a couple of more positions to the USBA Board of Directors. That is something that we will all vote on at the January conference. So it was just explaining it more. But if you have questions or concerns about it, reach out to USBA, or I'm happy to talk about it too. I know Mr. Young reached out with a concern and about how that would change, legislative perspectives. And they did respond to his concern and have made the change so that this change to the Board of Directors does not change JLC, the Joint Legislative Committee's membership. That will stay the same under this change. So anyway, that's a brief. Did I miss anything? Nikki and Marilyn were both there.
The education funding study I thought was pretty important when we're talking about equity in education, and some really interesting data that's come out of that study. Worth looking at.
Yeah, and that's all. It's all online if you want to read the whole study. But if you're interested in more, let me know, and I can give you links to the overview of it. Okay, anything else? All right, that is the end of the public portion of our meeting. Thank you all of those joining us in person and online. I will now take a motion to go into closed session for character and competence, property and potential litigation. Anything else?
Character and competency.
Yes, character and competency, property and potential litigation. Okay.
I make the motion to go into closed session for character and compensation, potential competency, compensation too, and
property,
potential litigation and property.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Ms. Richards, second by Mr. Robinson to go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property and potential litigation. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed? No, that passes unanimously. Thank you all and have a good night.